Hello, 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 everybody. I'm not gonna make you wait too long tonight. I'll be there in just a minute. And we've only been live for 4. New record? Hello, 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 chat. Welcome, welcome. Happy Monday. Hello, let's see who's here. Very beginning. Wow, hey! Different sort of first time chatter today. It's 76. How you doing, 76? I think I've thrown Haruru off. Haruru usually beats everybody as the first time chatter because he gets in here sometimes an hour before the stream starts. But I think I threw him off this week with the schedule shift. So he hasn't made it here yet, but hey 76, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome Altair. Hello, hello. Good to see you too. And Yuki. Yuki says, I really like this starting soon animation. I guess I've never been here early enough to see it. Oh, I'm glad you like it. I'm gonna be doing some kind of more updated and detailed version. I'm gonna click back over there for a second as I talk about it. I made this entirely myself, all the pixel art for it and things. But honestly, like when I look at this, it looks very unfinished. And perhaps when you look at it, it looks very unfinished, I'm not sure. But, you know, buildings are all missing detail, or some of them are, most of them. You could say that would be an aesthetic choice if you wanted to make an excuse for me. But a lot of those buildings are also missing depth. You see that some have a side, some don't. All of the close-up buildings were originally supposed to have detail and not just starting soon text, but it was supposed to be a living document that I started, you know, kind of evolving over time, but I've got some different ideas and I don't want to pour all my time into this one when I know that I'm going to change it up for a more modern one fairly soon. So look forward to that. I think that's going to be fun, but it'll be along the same type of idea, I think. Like the concept will remain mostly the same. And I do like how this one was turning out. Would have gotten real cool with more details in it. And if I decide to abandon the new idea for whatever reason, this one will get more details. But thank you. I appreciate that, Yuki. Mouse! Hello, Mouse Cop. Welcome, welcome. I feel like it's been a while. It's nice to see you. And there's Peony Estera, Alien VTuber. Eki Boy running, too bad he can't fly. Man, I gotta get rid of that Eki command from Nightbot. Just adds that every time somebody says Eki. How you doing, Pio? Are you still at work, or did you manage to finish up? I know it's not a Thursday for you. Happy not Monday? Do you mean not happy Monday? Because it's still a Monday. I might be ahead of you in the time zone, but I'm still in my Monday. Although, I do want to say congratulations everyone surviving your Mondays. I mean, some of us have gotten through all of our workday and all of our Monday hassle. Some of us are still working our way through. And if you're real bright and early, you might even be on Tuesday. But any of us, I can say that we've survived so far, so congratulations. I am reminded why I don't usually stream on Mondays, because man, I am exhausted. Usually I'm like, after a weekend happens and then I work a day, I just need to like die in my chair. So usually I stream Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. But this week we've got it shifted. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and there's a reason for that. Two, I suppose you could say. Reason number one is that we had a special stream this last Saturday where we streamed the entirety of the night, essentially. From 12 a.m. my time, so midnight, to 8 a.m. my time. 8 hours throughout the night. Luckily, this was on the... This was on the daylight savings day, so it ended up being 7 a.m. despite the fact that I had streamed for 8 hours instead of 8 a.m. And I still went and got a good night's sleep because I don't have to get up for anything on Sunday. But that meant that I didn't want to stream on Sunday, so we're streaming on Monday. That's reason number 1, but reason number 2 is more exciting. Reason number 2 is the fact that I wanted to pick a day this week to do our 900 follower celebration. We hit that goal. We're actually a decent ways by that goal now. So that's going to be the Friday stream on the end. I wanted to choose a day that I had nothing the next day. So yeah, we're doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday just to keep up the cadence. And Friday itself is going to be the 900 follower. It's going to be an extra long one. I'm thinking it might start 2 hours earlier than usual. On the schedule right now, it still says it starts at 8 p.m., but keep an eye out. It might start at 6 p.m. if I can get everything set up quick enough, just so that we can go a little bit longer. Because we're going to be doing my first ever mod for a Dark Souls game. It's going to be a weapon randomizer and enemy randomizer for Dark Souls 3. And to make it extra fun and funny, we're going to be throwing the poorly translated mod on there, which poorly translates all of the items in the game, which sometimes have very esoteric descriptions anyway, so putting them through a translator can be funny. But it also changes like the boss names, I believe, and the NPC dialogue. So that should give us some laughs, and we'll try and piece together what the heck the new lore is with this mistranslated version. So that'll be Friday. That's something to look forward to. I'm gonna try and go a little bit all out on that one. Oh, who was at Demomi Day? Let me scroll all the way down. Rambo, hello! And let me finish saying hello to everybody. I think I caught you all except for Azrael dude who just came in. Hello, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Azrael, I was just saying we're gonna do our 900 follower celebration on Friday. Possibly 8 p.m. the usual time, but I'm gonna try and make it 6 p.m. So just be ready for either of those. And of course, that's Eastern Standard Time. So our usual start time is 8 p.m. for me. So it's either going to be our usual start time or 2 hours earlier than that, depending on if I can get everything ready. All right, let me go back up and see what everyone said. Yuki says, I think I usually show up an hour or two into stream. Yeah, no worries. I mean, you're welcome at any time you show up. I think you show up earlier than that sometimes, though. It looked finished to you at first glance. I did work a lot on it. I wanted to finish it entirely before I debuted it, but I wanted to debut it at the same time as this Eccentropy 2.0 model because it actually showed up on the debut stream. We had an older version of it for like my last model. How long did it take you to make this one? It's hard to put a number on that because it was over the course of a bunch of different nights. Just when I had some free time here or there, I worked on it. But it honestly wasn't too bad. I used a lot of tricks to put it together kind of quickly. A lot of the buildings in the background and things like that are kind of just like quickly thrown together with different block sizes and stuff. The running Ricky is the part that took the longest because I put time into the running animation. Running animations still give me a hard time, pixel art wise. Nuki says the idea of trying to animate anything so intimidating to me because you have to draw slightly different things so many times. For pixel art, it's not too bad. You can get away with a lot less. Running animations, again, are probably the most, but that running animation you saw, this guy right here, it looks pretty smooth. I think it's pretty much 6 frames. This one is 8 frames technically, but 2 of those frames in there are basically just one of the frames copied to have a little bit more of a hold in the air. And I think I slightly edited like the flowing belts on the back for those 2 frames. But yeah, that's mostly done in 6 frames. That's not so bad. Some other animation styles take a lot more. And P.O. says, I'm done. I still have work to do, but I'll leave it for tomorrow. Sounds good. I'm glad you get to make that choice. Have a little bit of that at my job, too. Just nice if I'm like, I'm burnt out for the day, I'll do it tomorrow. There's a little bit of room for that. Nidhogg, hello. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yep, 911 out of 1,000 followers. I updated the goal. About time. I kept it there on the 900 goal so people could see that we achieved it for a couple of streams, but I wanted to update it because this is the big goal for the end of the year, but we will be celebrating 900 at the end of the week. Yuki says, yeah, the running animation looks really good. I was thinking about asking you for the frames so I could use it for reference. Yeah, I would say usually 6 is good for running animation. And depending on how clever you get, you could technically like maybe get away with 3 if you're using a really small pixel animation, like some of the old JRPGs and things like that. Well, sometimes you can get away with even less on those ones, but the 3 is essentially like one motion done twice. It's just when a human's running, one of those times of them doing it, one arm will be forward and one arm will be back, and then the next time of them doing the same motion, the other arm will be forward and the other arm will be back, the other leg, excuse me. So you can almost just do the 3 and then copy and paste them and edit them a little bit and get away with that. I like to mix it up a little bit more than that, but yeah, you can get away with some nice animations with fewer frames. One mistake that a lot of people make when they first get into pixel art animation, and even animation in general, I would say, is by like killing it with the number of frames. You can get away with a lot more using a lot less sometimes. The eye and brain tends to interpolate the motion itself much better than it would if you filled it in with a lot of extra frames. Azrael says, before you start your Suika game, I want to congratulate you for beating Elden Ring. I did watch the rest of the VOD and I said goodbye to you in chat. Also, Mutt did his best to explain some of your questions that you have with the lore. I'm not going to talk about that today. I prefer to leave that in future Elden Ring streams. And to answer Haru and Matra, I'm not disappointed from you taking the normal ending. I'm really glad you chose whatever you feel like were the ending. Yeah, I want to see the other endings. If whichever ones I decide to watch on YouTube as opposed to actually like picking, I'll watch them on stream while you guys are around. And yeah, we can talk about it a little bit today, because today while I'm playing Suika game, it's gonna kind of be a just chatting stream a little. I will be playing Suika game. I will be playing the online version of Suika game. Despite the fact that I own a Switch, I do not have a place currently on my desk. I have a very small desk, to be honest. I do not currently have a place on my desk to put the Switch. I have not opened the Switch. I have not opened my, what is it called? Capture card? You mean the knockoff version? Is the online version of Suika game not official? I actually didn't know that, if that's the case. I thought they were both. I thought they were both used by the same person. I haven't looked into it much. Let me see. Yuki says, just a few minutes ago, actually, I was looking at the sprites for Mega Man ZX to get a point of reference for how they animate it. And for each character that's on screen, it has like 500 sprite frames, more or less, for all the different moves. Which one is ZX? Because 500 is definitely not standard whatsoever. Even a lot of fighting games that use like the really big sprites will have far, far less than that. If you saw 500, it might have been one that was like artificially increased in size by being put through some other things. Let me see. Mega Man ZX, unless it's like a super modern Mega Man game, because I actually don't know those games well. I would not assume that by looking at it, but I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen any game that used 2D animation that actually had that number of, not even 100 frames for an animation, but it's possible. Pio, you didn't technically answer my question. I'm gonna have to assume that the online version is not official and somebody just like coded it to be like the other one. I don't know how worthy of judging it is. I'm not in the know about that. Camo says it's not a modern game. I played it when I was just a wee child. Yeah, there's no way then. I think they'd destroy any early system by doing that. Azrael says, and for my surprise, when you first saw Elden Beast and start calling it waifu, I was shocked because I didn't expect you to call the last boss a hot waifu. Maybe a furry somewhere in the world, but a streamer called... Well, I didn't know it was the Elden Beast yet, Azrael, dude. To be honest, I really thought that the final boss of the game was gonna be Marika. You probably noticed when the cutscene ended, I was like, oh, that's not a waifu. Yeah, so at some point when more people, like, I think we don't have all the right people in here for it yet, but if we get like Matreus and Haru and you in all at the same time, maybe a couple others, I want to talk a little bit like we're on our Elden Ring after party, right? Because we just put 150 hours into that game and beat it for the first time. So I want to talk a little bit about it. That's a lot of time to dedicate to something, and we had a nice time. And I'm definitely going to go back and play plenty more Elden Ring. Oh, Neurotoxin! Welcome. Good to see you here. Hold on, let me stop my music for a second and give you a shout out. And sorry, Nerve Toxin. I've got a bad habit in my brain that I've never said out loud now. I've known Nerve Toxin for a little while on Pio's stream, and I read it as Neurotoxin for such a long time. Before I finally read it as Nerve Toxin, I'm like, oh, I'm dumb. But now my brain has that association. Random Delivery Man, welcome. We're gonna give a shout out here and watch a clip. You were doing Fortnite. Any wins?
Oh, hello. Come on.
Is this a win, perhaps? Hey!
Let's fucking go!
Nice, we get a Victory Royale clip right there and then. How fitting. You said Nero too. You might be partially responsible, Pio. I just didn't want to blame you. But I've talked about this on stream before. Once my brain like forms an initial connection like that, it takes me a little while to get rid of it. How you doing, Nerve? Good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome raiders. I appreciate the follow, Random Delivery Man, as well. My name is Ricky. You have found yourself on Eccentropy now. That's Ricky with an R. Chat might try and tell you it's with a W, but you don't need to listen to them. We're just doing a little bit of talking today, and then we're going to play some Suika game. On our last stream, we finally finished Elden Ring for the first time at hour 150 and some change. So this will be a sort of a little bit of an Elden Ring after party eventually with discussion. But at first, we're just going to chill and talk because it's a Monday, and we survived it. Boomer Russ, hello! First and only Victory Royale on stream. Well, you didn't even need to tell me that, Nerve, because your clip as being a super wingman there, it's like, oh yeah, you pull out a random clip, you do a random clip shout out, of course it's gonna be a Victory Royale. This is Nerve Toxin we're talking about. Yeah, he's winning. Rambo, hello. Again, is Wiki telling new people his name starts with R again? Don't trust it. It's not Wiki. And it's not Eki either. Don't listen to the alien. Like, I know you might be biased toward Pio because I've seen you there on that stream too, but don't listen to her either. All right. Oh, Daddy. Thank you for the Demomi, Daddy Azrael. I can accept it because you dedicated it to Rambo. What was I saying? Let me scroll up slightly. Must have been like, what was I talking about? Oh, sprites or something like that. I see Yuki says I could share a link to the page that I found most of those sprites for Mega Man ZX 500 might not be right because I approximated based on what I saw on the page. So when you say, are you talking about 500 frames or are you talking about 500 sprites? Because those are very different. I could totally see 500 sprites. It's not tricky either, Nid. That one hasn't even been thrown into the mix. It's called Wikipedia on the Discord. Yeah, but that's mostly Chee's fault. Man, you guys all trying to sell me out so quickly. I even saw Boomer Russ use the Nya redeem. Although I didn't hear it. Was it very quiet? Also, while we're on the subject of the followers, because we're headed toward our big follower goal of 1,000, hopefully by the end of the year, I do want to say a special thank you to Just Koi, with 4 eyes on the end, and Mutante Rana for following. Yeah. Okay, who got caught? Yuki posting links. Hold on, I gotta actually permit you for that. Actually, you know what, Yuki? Why don't you whisper me? Because I don't know how Twitch would feel about a link to sprite rips now that I think about it. It's a slightly iffy thing, but I'll click it. I'll click it. I don't care. Yeah, thank you to Just Koi and Mutante Rana for following while the stream was down. They both followed a day ago. I've been having follows while the stream is down, and I know where some of them have come from, but I don't know where a lot of other ones have come from. And I'm like, am I suddenly starting to get just enough notice out there that people follow while I'm offline? That's so unusual for me. Yuki says, I don't really know the difference between sprite frames and sprites. So a sprite can be the full animation, and so like this starting screen one here, me running, it's one sprite. It's my running sprite, but it's 8 frames of animation. Yeah. All right, let me click this thing. Going on to Twitch. Hopefully my Twitch is muted. It is. Whisper. Click. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so that's normal. I see what you're saying. So this all makes sense. Yeah. So it's like it's hundreds of frames, but they have a sprite sheet here where like all of the sprites are on a single page, so that's why there's that many frames. It's like 456 frames to get all of the animations done. That sounds a bit right for a complex game like that. That's still sort of on the high end, but Mega Man tends to like to be heavy in its animations, especially after it got a lot of success in a big team. So that makes sense, yeah. But a lot of indie games will not go that hard. Iffy William Afton reference? I don't know about that yet, Nid. I haven't seen the movie yet. I assume you're talking about the movie. I don't recall William Afton saying iffy in the games, but it's been a while, maybe. Would you guys want me to play Five Nights at Freddy's, by the way? I'm very familiar with the first one. I'm somewhat familiar with the second one. I'm less familiar with the third, and after that point, it gets very blurry. But I am like aware of it already, so I don't know how much it takes away from the game experience to have somebody come in that already knows it. But I may do. I want to include some new horror games. I've got Little Nightmares 1 and 2 also ready to play. I don't know how many horror games we're gonna do as Christmas comes up, but we can always do like a Nightmare Before Christmas kind of thing, you know? You beat the first one, Azrael, dude. Nice. Like all 6 nights or just all 5 nights? Yuki says that makes sense. I can't imagine doing that many frames for several characters by myself if I were to make a 2D game like that. I don't. That's too many. Well, sometimes I do, but I won't talk about that. I wouldn't suggest it normally. Nerve, thank you for the goofy scream. Alright, if you guys will allow me like a second to be nerdy here, I want to pull up my game maker. Let me see what I can actually show off. Let's see. How ready for showing off is this? Let me pull this project up. Background stuff here. I don't have any music in this, right? I don't think so. All right. I'm sorry if this brings any pain to any Panda Crusaders who used to be waiting for this game. I'm gonna show off a testing area that I had set up. I just opened this project. It's not got everything that I would like to show in it, but this is a project I was working on some time ago for another streamer that ended up not kind of going through. Although I see that we are now on an ad break. That's what Twitch says, so maybe I'll stall until the ad break is over so people don't miss it. The ads have been a little bit nuts lately. Ezra Dude says, I don't remember that much, I remember the pressure. Yeah, the pressure, especially night 5 and 6, builds a lot. Night 1 through 3 always seems to be kind of easy in Five Nights at Freddy's 1, whenever I watch people play it. You should reward us, the subbers. You know, maybe like sometimes, but when we're on a casual just chatting stream and I'm like, I'm gonna show off some cool pixels, just say something cute. Alright, hold on. All right? Hold on. Why do we already have a clip from today? Hold on. You guys holding? You guys waiting? Ads are gonna be over when I'm done with this. I promise I'm not just stalling. Alright. This is what you guys get. You guys get one of Pio's clips. I'm turning up the volume. Pio clipped this the other day, listen. And listen with your eyes shut for a little bit of extra enjoyment. Oh! Demote me, daddy. The demote me, daddy was not part of that. Azrael, dude. You want it on repeat? Like, okay, how do I set this on repeat? It usually plays on repeat, but they seem to have changed something recently so that it doesn't. I think I have to actually click play on it multiple times now. Fine. 5 times, Pio. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Last one. Oh. There we go. There. Is that out of your system now? Is it out of your system? Is that good enough? You say something cute? The heck, you think you gotta order me to say something cute while the other people are in ads? By the way, this wasn't sketchy. You know what? I had been talking about Mogwin Palace and Elden Ring for a while. If I click watch full video here, listen. It's less dark. I was looking for Mogwin Palace. This popped up, and this is what I said. Oh. We're here. If only you had a lantern. Yeah, if it... I mean, okay, it doesn't sound that much better, but I was just excited to see the place, alright? I'm like, oh, it's this place, you know? Not like... Come on. Alright, never mind. A no YouTuber debut, Pio. That's you, alright? That's your plan, not mine. Anyway, I stalled for you guys who might have gotten lost in an ad. A minute ago I saw that Twitch was like, ads are playing, so I'm like, I'm not gonna show the cool pixel art thing while we're in ads. Watch me, you know what? I support you if you do it, Pio. I got YouTuber friends. Alright. This is a little test area I had put together in some project that I was working on some time back. Let me see if it's gonna share it. There we go. It does. So nothing here is finished. I think when I move my character around, they've got a slightly different outfit than when I stand still, because I was testing a different look for the outfit too. In fact, you can see them next to each other over here. the newer outfit versus the older outfit, very slightly different. You see a walking animation for one of the bosses. It had multiple animations. We got chests and some backgrounds. One of the cool things I like, oh, there's another smaller version here that had like a talking test. I don't know if I've got any talking set up on it. Bird in the background. You see that bird? Oh god, the enemy noticed me. Go away. Okay, he's back to patrolling. There's occasionally a bird that will fly back, or two. There we go. And they're not just like part of a loop back there. They're programmed in to like spawn in and fly in the background, but behind obstacle things. Duck, jump. Yep, it's Jeannie. A little while ago, I was working with Jeannie to make a game for her, but it just ended up not really quite working out schedule-wise for either of us. We're both quite busy. But I've kept it around in case we get back to it someday, and also there's a lot of technical things that I can use here. Like, even this, a very small detail. You see these bushes on the ground here? If I run through them, look at them. You see how they jiggle? You got some plant jiggle on the pixel game. Or even if I like stand in it, it like slightly moves off to the side. I do a lot of like polish on my games. We got this whole like attack animation thing, or like a jump attack. We got these patrolling enemies over here that can notice me, like this guy here. Let's see when he turns around. Yep, he noticed me. Got the little exclamation point. He wants to attack me, but I don't really feel like getting beaten up right now, so I'm just gonna kill him. I don't think I've got a talk set up here. Oh, I do. But it's not with the character that I've got it set up for. That was just a test. All right. Yeah, we don't need to do the talking thing right now. A little bit of sound in there. There's things like grabbing onto a ledge and climbing up. One of the things I love, we got a lot of foreground things right now, but just look at the background. Look at the background. If I'm moving, background's got all these different layers. The mountains, the trees, the little lake in the background, the birds, the clouds all move at different speeds. We got all this depth to the land. Also, camera just dropped down a little bit there because I was playing with dynamic cameras that will adjust when there's places for you to actually drop to. So if I go back this way, it goes back up a little bit because I like you to see more of the background and stuff when there's nothing relevant below you. So there was a lot of like tech stuff that I was working on when I was doing this particular game.
Now following.
Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Zachy. Do you mind if I call you Zachy, or do you prefer Lucky? Welcome, welcome. I'm just showing off a little game that I had been working on some time back. This one is not in the works anymore just because of schedule stuff with like me and the streamer that were working on it originally. But even if this one never comes back, there's a lot of stuff in this that I will just straight up use and reskin on something else. Because the code, I always code in some way that is it's modular. I can bring it back and use it on other things. So if you guys think elements of this look fun, like even tiny details like those tiny little blades of grass that make up the ground actually come in front of the shoes of the character and things like that. I'll bring this sort of polish to a game you guys can actually play sometime in the future. I didn't want to show off one that was actually in progress. Because I haven't really spoiled those, but let me see. Yuki's still here, yeah, so let me see. What do I have? I got walking animation, maybe? No, that's not the walking animation. I'm looking for some of the ones that I hadn't named. So I've got this basic like stand animation. Let me see, how would I preview it? Like 10 maybe? That's very small. It's just you guys can't see the animation too well because it's small. Maybe I can change the preview size. I don't think I can. I'll stretch it up to being 5 times its size. There we go. Little like bouncy animation. That sort of thing is probably a little bit more detailed than some stand animations have to be, and that's only 5 frames. Going in full screen mode. I'm helping you out a little, Yuki, blowing it up. Let's see. I think I was in the middle of like, oh, that's just him holding a box. for part of the boss fight thing. Walk cycle on him is sort of what I was talking about. Same with run cycle. It's 6 frames. You can get something like this out of it, or slow it down a little bit. Make it look a little bit more heavy. Sometimes you can get extra weight by adding a couple more frames in, but usually a good walk or run cycle just needs to be 6. It can be even less sometimes, but 6 is sort of the magic number for me. If I were to pull up the one for Genie, let me see. Actually, I don't... I don't really think I can. Do I have one that's clothed? And what I mean by that is the character in this game was going to be able to equip different items, and they would look like they were wearing them. You hate the Windows sound, huh, Pio? I never mute it. Pio's the only one who's ever been triggered by my Windows sound, but... so, okay. It doesn't matter. It's this tiny little, like, tiny little thing. It's got no details on it, okay? Don't mind the nude color, alright? It's basically a mannequin. So this is the slowed down running, or, like, faster. This isn't even my best work. I got better ones now, but back then this is sort of where it was at. I tend to draw my sprites like this if I'm doing a customizable game, because then I just, like... I make each individual hair type, each individual armor type and things a different sprite. And that gets drawn over it. So that way I can have customization in a pixel art game, which very few people ever have. So like the pixel art you saw of Genie running around and doing all those animations, that's actually a bunch of things drawn on top of each other. Like all of this is just drawn on top of each other. I think even one of the buttons here can probably remove the hood if I still have it programmed in. Let me see. 1, nope. 2, uh-oh. I'm forgetting which things I had tested here. Oh yeah, I got like some form of magic too. Like, did I program in a magic attack with this? Oh, I had a roll being programmed into. Oh yeah, I did have the magic attack. You can even see a little hit on the on the little one there. I forgot that I had that set up. There's a lot of potential for this sort of thing. Just this one didn't come to fruition. Let me see, do I have any button for removing a hood here? Oh, I created an error by doing something that didn't have the thing programmed in. Magic attack Kai. That wasn't Kai though, that was just a little genie. I did have a Kai sprite. And I had bigger ones for them talking. Like I think this was the default Kai sprite, and Kai wasn't customizable because Kai wasn't main character. So like the outfit's already on. Dun dun dun. Give extra Windows sounds for Pio. And then we had like the big sprites to represent them while they were talking, like this one. And this one's flashing because there was actually like a light version and a darkened out version for whether they were the active talker or not. I'll just delete the other one so it stops flashing there. But yeah, I had some bigger pixel art too. Doo-doo-doo. Let's cancel and do it one more time for Pio. There we go. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of this because this isn't a cup of tea for everybody. We've already lost some viewers to it. I apologize. But I had to get nerdy for a second here. I wanted to show it off for Yuki, especially because Yuki's thinking about doing some animations and things. So you can get away with a lot. Like, I do a fair amount of polish in my games, more so than a lot of indie game developers do, even more so than some bigger developers have done with their pixel art, and I still don't use that many frames. So I'd say don't go nuts on the frames, see what you can do more with less, because that definitely manages to put it in a scope where you can get away with making more. I'm sorry, Pio, alright? Let me put back on the lo-fi. All right, it's a little loud. Turn it down slightly. There we go. Still, we can't know what game you have work on. No, I don't want to show that off yet. That'll be revealed because that's like not a part of the stream thing, you know. That's like a whole separate thing. I don't want to reveal a game that I'm working on until it's in a state where it's like near enough to be finished, kind of like real games tend to do. Although some AAA games out there have released trailers 13 years or 10 years before the game comes out. It's usually true that you just see a trailer or some kind of like alpha thing or some kind of hint of it when it's already been in development for quite some time, and I'm still following that model because it's not a good start for me as a game developer if I have some like announcement of an upcoming game and then for some reason it doesn't get to be finished. I mean, the Potastic P game was kind of like that, except that it was just sort of this thing with another streamer. But for my own like official release, I gotta follow that, you know. I'll give you guys a sneak peek first before anybody else, but it's gonna be a little bit in the future when it's closer. Final Fantasy 13 versus yeah, that kind of never came to fruition, although he's still kind of trying to make it. Anyway, I am going to open up Suika game because there is no reason why we can't continue to talk while playing Suika. Alright, so I'm going to open Suika in Opera because that's my streaming browser. Although I'm considering stopping using it because Opera's been incorporating more and more AI in, and the current state of a lot of like the entertainment AI is pretty sketchy. So I do apologize if the online version of Suika game is just like a knockoff that uses the same name and essentially the same art and is not official. I thought that it was made by the same people, but this is the only one I have available to play right now, so my apologies. BRB stuff to do, you'll be back? Yeah, no worries. Oh, okay, there's the online Suika game. Let's see how we can make this best fit into the screen here, because you guys don't need all the rest of this stuff here. Computer share, screen here. That's the overlay. There we go. I can probably resize this a little bit so you guys can see it better. See? And we can do like this with it. There we go. Now you don't need all the side stuff. And if it starts showing me ads and things like that, we can just deal with this one. Watermelon game, where's Muttmelon? Ah, well, if people are just ripping off Suika game, I'll just make my own and I'll put Muttmelon in it. And I'll put the PO judging face on the peach. How about that? Eki, can I apply to work with you? I'll do it for free to learn on the job. I couldn't possibly hire anybody for free, Yuki. I wouldn't feel right about that. Can you make the clip into a sound and you'll make it your ringtone, Rambo? The one that PO clipped? I don't know if I'm okay doing that. I was like, ooh, is this gonna be a new sound redemption for the channel? And I'm like, I couldn't listen to that all the time. Also, it would probably make people broke. What if I put bits on that? It was like 100 bits to play the gasp and moan sound. Pio would have to get a second job. Hire me for $1 an hour? That's illegal. Do it. I'll consider, but I don't know about that. It does sound very sketchy. It's like you'll just play it for free in your stream. Hey, you know, when you upload a sound alert, it doesn't automatically get shared with everyone. You have to click a little button to choose whether it's shared with everyone, Pio. You're listening to it all the time already, Rambo. Alright. Okay, so this is not my first time playing Suika, but it's my first time playing Suika on stream. Okay? And I'll try to get my Switch actually set up soon. I can make some space. I just have to, like, I gotta get rid of my PlayStation 4. But for those who don't know, Suika's a very simple game of just like combining fruit into larger fruits. We got the little legend on the side there that says the fruits from smallest cherries to largest watermelon. Combining two of one makes the next higher tier, and you're trying to get to watermelon. Or I guess ultimately trying to combine two watermelons. That seems incredibly difficult. But maybe we'll get there tonight. With your help, maybe I'll have the motivation. There we go. Being strategic with my drops here. Have any of you guys gotten into the Suika addiction? Because it has taken the internet by storm, especially streamers. You did, it's very addictive, yeah. I'm probably gonna get there. I've been trying not to play it too much, but every time I have started playing it, I'm like, I could see myself playing this all the time. The only frustrating thing about it is the physics. Sometimes the physics can mess you up, but that's also a fun element of it. Without the physics, it would probably be a little too easy. Alright, let's see. I need to do something about this gap between my biggest fruits here. Are you changing the game category? I don't know. Does it feel right to change the game category to Suika game when I'm playing online Suika? I feel like that's not what people expect. Have some audacity? I'm an honest guy. An honest guy, alright? But maybe I could change to Suika. It'll get me more views. There's certainly a lot of other people out there who are addicted to it. Alright, so this isn't the best start for a Suika match. But it's not the worst either. There we go. Kind of resolved itself. Fine, we'll go into Suika category. But if anybody comes in and gives me a hard time, we're leaving Suika category. Suika game. Done. That big drop was satisfying. Yeah, I mean, you can find this game online. And that's how I started getting addicted to it. I saw some addictive drops, and then I saw somebody lose, and I'm like, I could do better. It was Pio. I'm kidding, it was not Pio. Pio is not the first streamer I saw playing this. Although I did watch Pio play it. I'm kidding, Pio, it was a joke. Alright? I was there when Lich was like, can I hop in and tell you how to play, please? Actually, it might have been you asking for him to do that. Alright, so I'm creating a little bit of a problem for myself here because I'm building the two fruits that I want to combine on opposite sides right now, which is really not ideal. But we'll keep it going. We'll see what happens. Licked his eyes mansplaining. Don't you like to mansplain too, though, Pio? Then again, maybe not. I saw your dating RP the other day. Anyway. I have to decide the next big game that's going to be coming in. We are going to be doing some holiday related things. But now that we're done with our first playthrough of Elden Ring, we're still going to be going back to it. I've got plenty of Elden Ring stuff that I want to do. But it opens the door for whatever is going to be the next one that's like the main focus. Hey, there we go. We got ourselves a second to biggest fruit here. One thing I will mention too, how stuff is combined together really quickly. There is a known glitch in this online version that tends to freeze the game. So I might lose simply by the game being frozen. I'm pretty sure it happens if 3 similar fruits all try to combine at once. And I'm pretty sure I could fix it if I had access to the source code. As somebody who does online, like, front-end development anyway, I look at it and I'm like, I think this is fixable. But I will try to avoid it happening because I do not have access to the source code and I cannot fix it. Also, let me switch off of Final Fantasy VII here. I want something a little bit more upbeat. Let's go to Cozy Autumn Cafe Fall Lo-Fi 2023. Rain Lo-Fi playlist with rain sound for peaceful autumn night. That is the full title. This is not bad. There was a dating RP, you must have missed that one. Yeah. It wasn't exactly the plan for the stream, but then they started doing it at one point and we're like, alright, this is gold, we gotta keep doing it. Although Pio was driven up the wall, I think. It was Pio and Vaughn doing the do's and don'ts of dating, but it was mostly don'ts, and I think it was sabotaged from both ends. Because the scenario created by Pio was the one where the lady goes in to buy 4 dozen oysters and various other things. And it was based on the one where she didn't engage, like the TikTok that went viral. And Vaughn was playing some of the most difficult to deal with male dates. You suffered so much that night. I could hear it in your voice. Some of the sighs were straight up for the roleplay. Some of the sighs I could hear came from a deep, troubled place inside you. By the way, any of you guys have anything to help you relax after your long Monday today, by the way? I'm sitting here with my Caramel Ribbon Crunch Frappuccino from Starbucks. Very unhealthy, and also past my hours for when my diet's supposed to be. But I suffered today, so I'm having a little treat. Any of you guys have any treats? Sugar and caffeine. I've been pretty good about my diet. And by diet, I mostly mean it's like intermittent fasting. And I've managed to keep off some of the pounds that I took off with it, so I'm still going to continue to be careful, but an occasional treat yourself is never a bad thing. It's an important part of life. If you ever, like, you know, dieting is good. It's good to take care of yourself and all that. But if you ever find that you're just, like, completely not allowing yourself to get any food that you enjoy for some really long period of time, I don't think you're doing life right. Food is what life is all about. Oh boy, I'm splitting up my fruits here again. What am I doing? There we go. That's a little bit better. Still not great. I've got this really bad situation in Suika right now where there's a lot of negative space underneath all this being held up by the big fruits. And if anything crosses over a little line at the top here, we lose. Yes, we. If I lose here, it's you guys in it as well. So, let's hope that we don't mess it up. SB is literally 3 minutes. Oh, Starbucks is so good. Very sugary, but so good. Yuki says, all I do to relax is distract myself from the darkness of the world. That's usually me too. Videos and streams, etc. But food is just like an important part of life. You gotta live. You gotta live too. What's the point in being healthy if you don't live? Do be healthy though. I don't wanna give bad precedents here. Oh man, I might kill myself by combining these oranges. Maybe I'll put it over here. Oh no! The physics want to destroy me right now. Alright, let's do it. Okay, I didn't get destroyed. Pio says, you're right, I have this principle that I refuse to eat unsalted butter. Life is too short to eat unsalted butter. I agree. I agree with that statement, Pio. Ooh, that's not good. I really needed those oranges to combine. That is really not good. Alright, well. We still have a chance here. Let's do this. It gives us a little bit of an opening. We just gotta get this apple gone quickly. Alright, still doable. Let's put this here. Can this survive here, or is that outside of bounds? Oh no, it's outside! Oh, if I only had dropped that fast enough, we would have been okay. Alright, that's Suika game round 1. We only got 1300 for score. Not that great, but it's not that bad for our first one. This game makes you want to explode, Nid, really? Yuki says I shouldn't talk about food right now. I'm still reeling from finding out how much food Pio dislikes. Oh, really? Oh, well, yeah, Pio's a little bit of a picky eater. That's okay, though. Once again, life's too short. Why eat things that you don't like? This game looks really kind of stressful at this point. I don't know, I find it soothing. It gets maybe a little stressful sometimes when it's almost full, but it feels really nice when you combine them. I guess it's like similar. Honestly, it's not. It's weird to compare it, but it's not that different in feeling from something like Dark Souls or Elden Ring. Because the whole thing with that is that it gets like real stressful in the difficulty. But then you beat the boss that you've been on for such a long time, and you're like, oh man, I could do anything. I want to play more of this now because I just won. You know? Oh boy. Can you apples touch, please? I don't like this scenario. I'm gonna put this between the apples just to make it worse. There we go. Alright, this is a lot better. You love this game, and once you start, it's very hard to stop in the middle of it. It is. And, like, you'd kind of think, to some extent, like, how are you gonna fill a stream with this game? It's a lot easier than you'd think. This is one of those things that I've started playing some nights, and then I go to look at what time it is, and somehow hours have passed already. I'm like, that can't be right. But it was. Come on, combine. There we go. Now everything is fine. Kind of. Man. Give me smaller ones. There we go. That's nicer. Brewer says, first things first, unsalted butter is not for direct consumption. I was gonna say I don't think any butter is technically for direct consumption, but it can be sometimes, depending on your mood. Lock! Oh, Ricky took a break from hard games to play baby game? You find this one to be easy, Lock? You better give me your high score. I was actually just comparing it to Dark Souls in that it can get very stressful when you're in a rough situation and then everything combines and you're like, oh, I'm a god, I can do anything. It's like beating a boss in those games. Similar sensation. You played this, it was very hard. Yeah, I'm on the scuffed version. I'm on online Suika. I do have a Switch, but my Switch is in the package that it was delivered to me. In its box. Unopened. Nothing installed. So it's not exactly ready. Same with my graphics card. Not exactly ready for me to play it at this moment. Alright, I'm gonna try and build up everything here on this left side. We can put an apple over here, that's fine. Oh really, you don't want to combine? There we go. That's not how I wanted it to combine, but it still works. How you doing today, Locke? Did you see that I finished Elden Ring? 'Cause I did! Finished, quote unquote. Man, I don't want this to combine. Ugh. Exactly what I didn't want to happen. You did, congrats. One ending down, 2 more to go. Yep. I will be going more into it. I'm not gonna do like another full thorough playthrough. Any more playthroughs we do of it are either gonna have some kind of weird challenge on them, or they're gonna be like a little bit more speed ran. I am now finally able to start watching some of the creators that I enjoy, who have played this game over the course of these years here. I think it's not quite been 2 years, but maybe around there, that I had to avoid the content for to keep away from spoilers. So I've got a big backlog of things that I'm enjoying, and I have already started into it, because I have not had enough of Elden Ring. Not even close. You guys think it's gone? Ha! It's barely began. Alright, this scenario here... could get bad fast. That's a little better, though. It's not so bad. It's not how I wanted things to fall into place. Oh well. Nerve says a Nintendo Switch implies the existence of a Nintendo DOM and a Nintendo sub. Oh man, don't say those things while P.O.'s in here. There was a whole era of like top and bottom discussion in my channel, all caused by the very beginning of meeting Peoniest era. What happens when you get to a watermelon? Does it disappear? Just stay there. It stays there. And I've never seen... I've heard tell, but I've never seen 2 watermelons get combined. It's a very difficult task. Don't you be grinning there, P.O. I can feel the malevolence. Oh man, I'm running out of good places to put these things. Give me the tiny one! Ah, man. It's ruining everything. It still doesn't want to give me the smallest one. Okay, well, we've closed off a big, important part there. Just a little scary. Game is sabotaging me. Because to the best of your ability, you want to avoid putting bigger fruit on top of smaller ones. But sometimes the game says no. There's definitely a little bit of luck in here. Now it's giving small ones when I don't need it. I lost. Went just outside. You think you're a Nintendo sub, but you're not sure. No judgment here. Why don't you tell Nerve about your Switchness? There's nothing to tell. You just said it from there. I'm a Switch. Pio seems to think I'm a bottom. I don't know that this is information that you guys necessarily are entailed to begin with, but I've literally never had, like, I'm a Switch, I think, but I've literally never had the opportunity to be a bottom in my life. But somehow Pio is sure that I am. Pio, from your experience, thinks that about a lot of people. Yeah, I learned that after the fact, and then I stopped fighting her on it because I realized, like, Pio frequently said, oh, my entire chat is bottoms, and eventually I was like, oh, I figured it out. Pio was so aware of the fact that so many VTubers out there get bullied for being bottoms that she was gonna be like, I'm gonna get ahead of any allegations by accusing everyone else of being a bottom, so that I try to enforce topness here and nobody can call me out. That's what I figured out. I think that's Pio's game. After all, if you control the narrative, you can get ahead of things. Top energy, let's rock. Alright, what do I want to do here? I guess I could combine these, that's fine. The only thing about me streaming this game is that I've gotten so used to playing it just while I'm decompressing that I start to, like, get in the zone. And getting in the zone isn't bad for a stream, but when I get in the zone, I usually get quiet. So I'm like, oh yeah, I'm just vibing. We got some lo-fi on. We got some Suika game. We don't have any problems in this world. You haven't forgotten what mayonnaise did to you? To my reputation within Pio's chat? Oh boy. What's wrong with being a bottom? I would say nothing. I don't know if we're putting Pio on blast here or not. I'm deciding whether I want to be nice or antagonistic. I think Pio worked on Monday today, so we'll just say nobody's saying anything's wrong with being a bottom then. We're just here to have a nice, gentle, quiet Suika game. And they like to give me a lot of these small ones. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling these little fruits. Oh, I just blocked myself up. That's not good. It's alright, we can set up a chain reaction here of sorts. Combine this way, would you? Okay, you didn't combine the right direction. That's stinky. There we go. Okay, this is gonna work out. This isn't so bad. I can sit there. There we go. Melon. Cass, hello! Good to see ya. I've gotten a normal melon a few times. We have not had a watermelon tonight yet. So I might say that does not count as winning in the Suika world. I've gotten a decent score in Suika before. I think my highest Suika game was 2700, which is pretty good. for those unfamiliar, it's hard to really paint a picture of what'll get you those good scores. But for those who have played it a lot, I'm sure 27 sounds alright. This match is looking okay too, except that we're starting to get a lot of negative space underneath everything, so we need to combine some of these bigger fruits here. Aw, come on, touch! Touch each other! That's what it sounds like to watch streamers play this game. I've heard so many demands of touching in Suika game. It says there's nothing wrong with being a bottom. Without bottoms, there wouldn't be tops. Without tops, there wouldn't be switches. And without switches, we wouldn't have The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah. It's pretty accurate. What Nid said. And it's I think Bob Ross said the same thing, I believe. I don't know if I'm gonna get to my smallest fruits down here, but we'll try. Okay, music fixed itself a little. I was like, are we in sad times now? The music gonna go sad? It's just being a little dramatic. I don't want to drop that there. I'd rather drop that like over here. So we're dealing with the smaller fruits in there. There we go. That's nicer. It's a nicer outcome. Who's sad? Oh, making the music go with the sadder tone. Makes sense. This physics is slowly pushing this little strawberry on the side up. There's been a lot of strawberry discussions lately. I appreciate it. Because I thought I was weird for a while. I thought I was like, oh, I can't speak out about strawberries. But now I'm learning that more people are like me. I'm not alone in this world. For context. I love strawberry, but I like artificial strawberry. I like normal strawberries in theory, but in practice, they tend to be too sour for me. Artificial strawberry is like amazing. Yay! You see that? Watermelon. Woo! Strawberries and cream tea is best. You love any strawberries? Yeah, well, lately I don't know why it's been circulating around, but lots of streamers have been talking about it. And I talked about it not that long ago, thinking that it would be like a heated debate, so I like to think that I started it. But some of these are streamers who have no idea who I am. I just like to think I started it, you know? But I'm like, yeah, I've always talked about loving strawberry during my lifetime, but I feel like a fraud when I say it. Oh man, that is not how I wanted those oranges to combine. That's a bad situation. Don't doom me here. 'Cause I love like strawberry milk, especially Korean strawberry milk. And I love various like strawberry sweets and candy based things, but it's always like the fake strawberry that I like, not the real stuff. I don't know what I'm doing here. How do I fix this awful situation of everything being hidden underneath this watermelon? This is a dangerous game I'm playing now. Who knew people could make a berry out of straw? You raided tonight, so I'm gonna decide you're safe with a comment like that. Nerve. Alright? I'm gonna decide that you're safe tonight. You're welcome. Oh, this could be okay. Ah, Apple's Touch. Please. Man, like potential goodness here, but also scary. It says that's how I feel about saying I like anime and then the anime is Sword Art Online. Aren't you the one who's always in here trashing Sword Art Online? Is that like sort of a self-hate thing for liking it? I could have sworn like you're the only one in this chat who's really come in and said a bunch of negative things about Sword Art Online. You love Sword Art Online? You just hate the games? Okay, that's fair. Alright, we're getting some things down there into the deep depths of fruit. We need to expand some of these crevices, though. Oh no! Okay, that was close. That little, that little grape up there peeked outside the line for a second. You don't want to go outside the line, grape. The world gets dangerous outside the line. Just having that grape up there is probably going to be my downfall. But we'll do our best here. Eh. Oh, come on. Give me the right fruits here for a minute. Touch! Touch, dang it. Eh. There we go. All right, a little bit. Oh no, there we go. The grape peeked out. All right, 2250. Not my best score ever, but a pretty decent one. Them physics make me happy. Yeah, see, that's how it is, Nid. It's like you get some stressful moments in this game, and then the physics do some amazing things, and everything pop together, and you're like, ah, I'm gonna get a big score in this now. Now, if you look at the top weekly score, it's around 4,000, so I'm only getting about half of that right now. I imagine those are the people who combine the watermelons. It's real hard to do, but that's gotta be them. Death Note is good. Death Note's one of my favorite anime. It's old at this point, and I haven't finished any, and I haven't finished many. Let me think. Am I still down underneath 4 anime finished? That's gonna be sad if it's true. I finished Death Note. Finished the older version of Fruits Basket. I finished one that I don't want to say on stream. And I think that's it. I'm almost done with Kaguya-sama, Love is War. So that's going to be my 4th, I think. And I've started and watched a good number of quite a few other ones. It's just in terms of actually finishing, there's very few. Like, I've watched probably nearly all of the Dragon Ball Z episodes in some random order and dubbed back on Cartoon Network back on the day. Same with Inuyasha, Yu Yu Hakusho, a lot of old anime. Sailor Moon, I watched all of them for a while. When new ones were still coming out, way back in the day. But lost track of it. Cowboy Bebop, saw a decent number of it. These are all old though, and I never got around to finishing any of them. Mostly because it was Cartoon Network, and Cartoon Network really didn't care if they played the same episode 3 times in a row. Or played part 1 and part 2 of something, and then we're like, now we're gonna jump to episode 1 of the entire series. They put no thought or care into that. So I kind of saw it in whatever order they deemed I was worthy of seeing it in. Natsume's Book of Friends. Have not watched, but it is on my recommended list now. I think because of you, Yuki. But I have not watched it. I don't think I've watched any anime since the last time that we talked about it. Just because me and Froggy, we're usually the ones who watch together. And have both been kind of busy. To, like, really get in and binge some anime. But we'll get back to it soon. Gotta finish Kaguya first before I go on to anything else. I am enjoying that one. It's an odd game we've got going here right now in Suika, in the Suika verse. Got 8 hours, go watch Pluto on Netflix. Is that a good one? I don't think I've heard about that yet. Netflix exclusive? I'm always a little sus of Netflix exclusives, but once in a while they churn out something good. Pluto's based on Astro Boy. Ah. The very Mega Man cartoon. I never knew if Astro Boy was based on Mega Man or vice versa. But they always really reminded me of each other. I'm not willing to buy that neither of them used the other one as inspiration. It had to have happened one way or the other. Come on, touch. First time Pluto's been adapted, but the source is ridiculously good if you like Law of Robotics, Isaac Asimov type fiction. It's a must. Interesting. Sounds nerdy, which is right up my alley. I like those. I like the nerdy ones. That's just me. Muttmelon started telling me once I finished Elden Ring, I kind of opened things up to spoilers to just sort of discuss mostly anything except like the direct outcome of the other endings. And Muttmelon started talking to me about how there's like a very nerdy spell in that game that basically just like shows graphs when you activate it. I'm wondering if these two are gonna magically touch. Touch! You're so close. There we go. And we got a melon. And I love it when things get nerdy like that. It's like, not everything has to be dumbed down for the average audience. I can completely respect people not wanting to have to think about the thing that they're watching, but also some people want to have to think about the thing that they're watching. It's good to have those out there too. I'm a big thinker while I watch things. Not always. Lately I've been real into rewatching Futurama, and that's not exactly a thinky. Sometimes it tries to be slightly thinky, but that's just like turn your brain off after work kind of show. For fun. But all of the stuff that I've been like, oh, this is a really amazing story, have been the ones that have almost pretentiously got thinky. They're like, we're gonna make this so confusing that you just kind of convince yourself that it makes sense. Just so you can feel smart. Quickly look up Astro Boy is from 1950s, ancient. Yeah, Astro Boy is long time ago. 1950s means Mega Man definitely used Astro Boy as inspiration if it happened one way or the other. Which I'm convinced it did. I didn't realize it was quite that old. That's almost as old as I am. Yay, they touched. What's with this physics, though? This isn't helpful for me. Sorry, I'm getting in the zone again. I'm going silent because I'm in the zone. Yuki says Nier Automata is a thinker game. I have never played a game that is that deep. I started Nier one time, and it created a bug. And every single time I loaded back into the game, the bug was still there. And the bug prevented me from getting any further in the game, so I was gonna have to restart, and so I never did. I do think that I would enjoy Nier, and I need something to come together real quick on this game. No, physics pushed it out. So I dropped Nier fairly early, just because the game bugged out on me, and that's always a turn off. But I think the game sounds quite good, and a lot of people like it. Obviously, it cameos everywhere. Every game, especially the ones that are a little bit more on the lewd side, are like, we wanna put 2B in our game, and the creators of Nier are like, we want you to pay us to put 2B in your game, and so it works out. Yoko Taro's insane ramblings of a video game series are what inspired you, Nid? Oh, really? Yuki says, I would really recommend restarting Nier if you feel like it. It's my second favorite game of all time, right behind Mega Man ZX. Oh. Nier, I'm a lot more hesitant these days, although now that we're done with Elden Ring, there'll certainly be another one filling the space, but I'm a lot more hesitant these days about starting a really long game. Just because I don't have any of my own personal time anymore. One day, maybe. But, so anytime I actually play something, it's on stream. And so if I start up a game like Elden Ring or Nier, it's quite a commitment, so it always has to have a fair bit of thought put into it. But that being said, there are long ones that are on the docket for me to start up soon, like the Yakuza series. I bought the entire Yakuza series, and there's been a lot of people who have been wanting to watch me play that one. And I'm spoiler free on the Yakuza series for the most part. That'll be a bit of a change of pace. Over something like Elden Ring. The feeling is going to be very different in Yakuza. You're excited too, Nid? Glad. Vaughn says, can't start a real long game because Suika takes over life. Not yet, but Haru says, oh, wait. It scrolled out. Let me click over. Haru says, is it really a bug, or did Wiki find an ending and thought it was a bug? Well, the ground that was like a platforming section became incorporeal, so I fell through it. It refused to load in. So I fell through it every time, and I couldn't platform up the area I was supposed to continue. I think that's a bug. It's either a bug or a really weird ending. Yuki says, I've compared Nier to some old literature before because a lot of literature is really deep and connected to a lot of different things and has a lot of different layers, and Nier's kind of like that. It's a really unique game. I bet that it's probably not going to beat Xenosaga in terms of deep for me. Because I played Xenosaga. I don't know if any of you guys are aware of Xenosaga. If you've played Xenosaga or if you just heard the legends. That game went hard on its storytelling. You'd have times, and I'm not kidding about this. This is not an exaggeration. This is a specific time. I can remember the cutscenes where you'd sit there for 45 minutes watching a cutscene, basically an anime episode. And then because it was so long, the game took pity on you and would pause and say, hey, do you want to save your game in the middle of that cutscene? And then you'd save your game and another 45 minutes of cutscene would play. Sometimes you'd start to forget how to play the game by the time you got to play it again. But boy, did that game get weird and deep with its story. It's kind of hard to outdo that one. Wait, what game had these cutscenes? This was Xenosaga. It was an RPG, a strange RPG set in space, but kind of like there was some fantasy and some biblical elements in it from a significant long time ago. It's in the general same series of like Xenoblade and Xenogears, and I think there's another Xeno, but they're all very different types of games, so it's not really comparable. They haven't really redone one quite like Xenosaga because honestly, it's rare to find somebody who's actually played through the entirety of Xenosaga because it was so hard to get through that whole game. So it's not exactly the best formula for a game. 27 hugs, welcome. Good to see you. Hello. Hold on, I need to scroll up a little to see what you guys were saying. Playing Nier, you felt like you were back in film studies class or something. You haven't even heard of the game before, Xenosaga? Man, I wish it had a more modern make of it, because both, like, the graphics are a little hard to look at. Even if you're okay with old graphics, it sits somewhere in that in-between on 3D graphics where, like, it was just weird to stare at sometimes. It was trying to look like anime, but it couldn't. Cell shading really hadn't been done quite well yet. There's no reason for them to really want to remake it because nobody can make it through those games, but if they did, I would recommend it. But as it is, it might be a little tough to get. And tough to, you'd need the original system, I think, because they haven't remade it, and then it's tough to get through even after that. It's on your bucket list of must-plays, Locke. Well, I wish you luck, and if you do eventually get to it, please share your thoughts on it as you go through, because almost nobody can talk to me about that game. And Hugs, actually, I didn't realize this was your first time chatting in here. Thank you so much for following when you did. I've said thank you for the follow before, and I've seen you other places. So I think I didn't realize it was a first-time chatter in here, but good to see you on this side. Uru says, I still need to finish the Trails series. Which one is that again? What's the full name? Or actually, I think you've told me before, and I think I just wasn't aware of the series before you mentioned it. Xenosaga is PS2, yeah, but it's highly coveted in retro circles, 50 to 100 per game in the trilogy. I'm not surprised. I probably still have... Actually, no, I probably don't. I probably got rid of them. Oops. I was gonna say I probably still have them kicking around somewhere, but a lot of my old stuff didn't get to follow me. Let's see. Yay. This is not, I don't really like the board we're putting together here, if I'm gonna be honest. This is not gonna turn out well long run, I think, but it's what we have, so we're gonna work with it. See, I might get surprised. We might be onto some brand new strategy here. This is how we win. Oh, that didn't connect in there, huh? It's not fun. Yeah, no, this is fine. This is all fine. Everything here is A-okay. It's exactly what your board should look like at this point of the game. Yikes. Trails of Cold Steel, Trails of Cold Steel, Trails of Sky, etc. Yeah, I haven't played them. Nice to see you on your own stream. How's the watermelon? I managed to make one watermelon. Hey, Elva, good to see you. We're mostly just having a just chatting stream with Suika in the background. It's kind of a cool off of Elden Ring. I don't know if you're an Elden Ring player, but we just finished our first playthrough of Elden Ring on stream last stream at hour 150 and some change, I think. So we're having a cool down stream now, just sort of chatting. It's been a while since we've had one that's just kind of relaxed like this. How you doing, Elva? Good to see you here. Nerve says, I have a Jigglypuff speaker that is now no longer made because the company went under. Ooh. Too bad it's probably not still in the box, huh? It says, say Ricky, you want to know a game that is fun and cool and isn't a massive time sink? You better not say Sword Art Online, Nid. But go ahead. Yuki says, I would maybe be interested in trying Xenosaga, but I have been hesitant to try older games ever since a friend got me to try Kingdom Hearts. I ended up hating it so much. I don't have any PlayStation anyway. What did you hate about Kingdom Hearts? Because, Xenosaga certainly is not Kingdom Hearts-like. But if it was jankiness to play or older graphics or something, then some of the reasons could still exist, I suppose. Comfy Melon, yeah, we have one of the worst games that I've set up here in a long time, so unless some miracle comes together and everything just starts like falling into place, this game is going to be over pretty quick and we'll be on to our next one. This is a horrible setup. I don't even know what I'm trying to combine here. So we'll just kind of let it happen. I'm going to play fast now. Hey, playing fast, that's always a good idea. This works. How is this working? Alright, well those two things are almost never going to touch each other. I'm not sure how I would get those to touch each other, so this may be the end, folks. How is it still working? Something kill me. Or touch. Or something. I want to die a warrior's death. There we go. Well, what game then, Nid? Let me see, did you already say it? Oh, Devil May Cry, okay. Why specifically 5? I don't want to start on Devil May Cry 5. I've not played any of the series. Devil May Cry 3 first. Yeah, I'll have to get that suggestion on the order again from you guys at some point, but I might just want to start from 1, you know? Elva says, what kind of Suika game is this, as a fellow without a Switch? This is... it's suikagame.com. I thought it was official, but I got some judgment here today for playing it, so I guess it's a ripoff. But yeah, you can go online and play it. It will occasionally freeze on you, but it's online, it's free. You didn't hear it here. Locke says, well, to be fair, playing retro games should really be part and parcel with loving the jank of old games and dated graphics. Yeah. I still really like Final Fantasy VII. It's just it practically looks like Roblox, the original one. It's like, I hate to say that. It's very pretty still, but the graphics did not survive well. I'm gonna drink more of my sugar coffee here. Give me a second. You guys can feel free to play Suika alongside me. And if any of you guys get a good score, post it in the Discord on the gaming channel. A lot of you guys are in the Discord already, but there's the link. Post it on the gaming channel. I can look at it in the middle of stream. That's how chill we are tonight. Yuki says, my reasons for hating Kingdom Hearts is a bit complicated. At first, it just didn't feel good to play, and I didn't like any of the main characters. I felt like boring stuff, and I'd seen a ton of games before. Gotcha. The real problem was that I forced myself to keep playing it because it was my friend's favorite game, so I wanted to give it a fair chance. I kept saying, maybe it'll get better, and I ended up playing through 5 games without liking any of it. Gotcha. Xenosaga was a turn-based JRPG, like a lot of things were back in the day. It was not real-time play like Kingdom Hearts. Lots of really long cutscenes, but that's mostly in the first. There was a fair bit of grinding that it took. It was not one of those games that was okay, really, to just like run through an area and fight all the fights in that area as you went, and then you'd be okay. I always found that I needed to grind out levels in a lot of the places I visited because so much of the game was cutscenes that like it still was like, oh, you've played for a while, you should be good, but you needed to get your leveling up in between. So there's a little bit of grind to it. Some people don't like grind. Each of the games were a little different. They weren't all as heavy in the series because it was Xenosaga 1, 2, and 3. They weren't all as heavy on the cutscenes. The first was probably the heaviest on the cutscenes. And it occasionally like broke off to do weird anime tropes too. Like there was basically a beach episode at one point, which was weird. In the middle of the game. But yeah, it's an experience. I can't say that it's too much like any other ones. So when you're saying like, oh, you've seen this done in a bunch of games, probably won't get that from Xenosaga. Also, a lot of Destiny lore has reminded me of Xenosaga. With like the various, like the depth and the different factions and universal lore building. And some of the darkness and messed up parts to some of it. So I've suggested it to Muttmelon, for example, and I know you're a Destiny person, so maybe you'll appreciate it for the same reason. I don't know if you're a Destiny lore person, but yeah. Let me see. Ned says you don't gotta play them in order. I like to, though. Let me see. Yuki says... Oh, I read that part. 27 Hugs says, Rookie, do you want another Suika fan game? Maybe. I got a little, like, this one's a ripoff and I feel bad, but there was like an animal one, right? Exactly, didn't hear what here, Nero. Nerve. It says 1's an introduction, 3 is fulfillment, 2 is a disappointment, 4 is good, 5 is awesome. I gotta experience the series just to say I've played them though, you know? That's just the kind of person I am. That's another reason why I gotta be careful about dedicating to a long game. Because if I start a long game and I like it, I'm gonna try to be thorough with that stuff. So I just have to like consider what I dedicate myself to. But I'm pretty sure dedicating myself to the entire Devil May Cry series is probably less time than playing through Elden Ring. You're very bitter about Destiny lore. Well, I don't know all the twists and turns Destiny lore took because I was still kind of a new light or whatever they're called in there. I had just been watching Bife videos and I saw a lot of the stuff like the Book of Sorrows and things like that about old Destiny lore. It might have taken some turns and things people didn't like in time. But the main foundations of like the universe building I thought was pretty cool. Yuki says, I just remembered one of the things I didn't like in Kingdom Hearts was that it felt way too grindy for a single-player game, and I didn't like long and numerous cutscenes. Probably not. Probably Xenosaga is not for you, then. I would say. Welcome back, Azrael dude. All right. Let's see if I can... I'm not going to be able to roll that over the small one. All right. Having a single small thing stuck in the corner there is not that bad. Let's try to avoid making it get worse. This lo-fi is trying to get a vibe going now, huh? It picked up quite a bit. Foundations were great. The lore just feels like it's meandering to fizzle out in disappointment. It does build a little too hard. I think that sort of lore works better in a single-player game like Xenosaga, because some of the lore is like really, really epic, and you can only get so much out of the way that Destiny tells its story once you're actually in the game. In a single-player game, it's usually crafted that like, most of the lore that we've built up, or at least a lot of it, is going to be relevant, and you'll deal with some element of it in the middle of the game. What am I doing here? I guess let's build this stuff. We're getting more fruits locked underneath, which I don't like, but we'll keep it going. Okay. This is all going according to plan, surely. Okay, it's really not that bad. Yeah, it's coming together. Here we are. Mid says, I'd also hate for you to miss some of the best content in the series. There's just some genuinely great stuff in the DMC series, so while I say you don't have to play all of them, I do encourage it. I'm glad 3 was my first. Gotcha. There are series I understand that with. Like The Witcher 3, I highly recommend The Witcher 3. But I believe that most people, if they start on The Witcher 1 or 2, that they will probably never play 3. I feel like either of those games are killers. It's not that nobody could enjoy Witcher 1 or 2, but honestly, I think Witcher 1 and 2 were a little bit sexist a lot of times. They were also very grindy. They were more indie. They were pretty unpolished. There was still good dialogue in there and stuff, like the story was written fairly well. But the games, like, I can't recommend them that much. And then Witcher 3 came about and, like, fixed all of the problems. Purposefully, too, like in a self-aware way. Like, they went out of their way to do it that way. In fact, they didn't even call it Witcher 3. They called it Witcher the Wild Hunt, because they wanted to make it as a new place for people to jump onto, because they were aware of some of the issues with their other game and their other 2 games, and they were like, we can make a better game now. Like, we've learned, we've improved. And Witcher 3 is one of my favorite, like, modern games, I think. Or, I don't know if I'll say one of my favorite, but it's like one of the ones that's easiest to suggest to people who like a really long RPG game, because you get so much bang for your buck. Between the main story of the main game and the DLCs, I think I got, like, my first Witcher 3 experience was about 300 hours, and it did not do everything. So if you're one of those people that wants to get a really large amount of game out of your buck, which a lot of people still are, Witcher 3 is very recommended. Fully voice acted. Still to this day, some of the most impressive facial expressions that I've seen in a game. Even the games that straight up scan actors in don't look as good as Witcher 3 facial expressions, because a lot of times those games feel a little awkward, like it just doesn't quite look right. Witcher 3 did something very right in that department. And it's just very dramatic. And Gwent. You're right, Vaughn. Gwent by itself makes it worth it. Touch. I'm gonna die again. I've been getting too ambitious with the way I've set these fruits up. It's not working out for me. Oh, never mind. The ambition paid off. We got just the right fruits there at the end before I died. Vaughn says that's good to know. Every time I'd start playing Witcher 3, I was worried I was missing something. Yeah, they do a very good job at informing you about everything you need to be informed about. There was like one character I wish they told people a little bit more about, because I liked her from the other games, and I feel like they kind of bring you in with less information on her. But yeah, they fill you in, so definitely worth it. Let me see if I missed anything here. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Nerve, why? I don't think so. But you know there's no real answer to that question. Come on, man. To be a sandwich, you have to be two separate pieces of bread, right? I would think. Nid says there's just some genuinely great stuff in the DMC. Oh, I did read that one. Okay, good. Have I done my first watermelon? I did one before this one, Azrael, dude, but good timing on you asking that, because we just made one, yay! The cereal is soup, come on. Let's not get some... There's some problem makers in here now. I see you. We got cat purring in the music. I approve. You hear that? Gentle cat purring in the background of the music. I don't know what we're doing with the music now, but I still approve. Come on, Watermelon, you just ruined my whole life. I had a good thing going down there. What is this? You're gonna go into lurk mode because you're doing a raid in Destiny? Enjoy, Yuki. If there happens to be a mutt melon there, say hi to him for me. Tell him that I'm trying to combine him with another melon in the game that I'm playing right now. He is there. Yeah. Yeah, no, he must be still doing stuff in the Destiny raids. I just haven't been a part of that myself for a little while, because Destiny started giving me headaches. But I'll give it another chance soon. Dang. Alright, that was a risk, but kind of worked out. This is still a very bad setup, but it's never too bad if you've gotten a watermelon. Not what I wanted. Okay. It's interesting. It's not terrible. Alright, I've once again started focusing on the game. We're close to a potentially very good score, but also very close to dying. So I'm giving it my attention for a moment here. Touch oranges! You can do it! Please. You didn't do it, I need you to touch. I need it. Come on, you're so close. Make it work. Shoot, it's not happening. I mean, I guess that wouldn't really solve any major problems, but get me some extra score. Alright, what can I do up here? I'm pretty sure this is probably just the end. It's a slow end. I think it's an end nonetheless. Especially because they decided to combine in that direction. I get very lucky fruits here. Ah, it didn't fall. Now I gotta get supremely lucky fruits. Or they touch! Or they touch! Come on! Why are you doing this to me, game? Why? Why? No, I'm dying. I died. Well, highest score of the night. Sub 24. I would have liked to go above that. That's like pretty reasonable. Hey Cog, how you doing? Good to see you. It's similar to Tetris. I'm gonna put the link in chat. I apologize. It's a rip-off of the original game, so if you do have a Switch, get Suika game on your Switch. It's better there, it's less glitchy, but you can play it for free on this link. It says, I have a theory that the Elden Beast was drawn by a developer's kid and they put in the game as the final boss. Yeah, I was disappointed by Elden Beast. I do want to sort of have an after-party discussion of Elden Ring. I might even boot it up here toward the end of the stream just to run around while I do it. Because there's stuff to talk about, like the future of it too. Wiki needs to start Yakuza and look at its facial expressions. I've seen the Yakuza facial expressions. I still think I'd give it to Witcher. But we'll see. Maybe once I get to some more intense parts of the game. But Yakuza does have some good ones. It's not awkward like the actor scans. Alright, I think we're gonna do like 1 or 2 more games of Suika and then we'll probably move on to something else. It is addictive. Don't get me wrong. But there's other potential as well. Because Elden Ring is not done on the channel. I'm not going to be starting a new run of Elden Ring at the moment. That's not what I'm talking about going on to do here. But there's things to be discussed with it. I just finished the game. It was 150 hours. It's quite a commitment. It deserves some discussion time. And it deserves some time talking about what we're going to do for our next run of Elden Ring. Because there are thoughts. For example, I've been saying, oh, maybe we'll play as Sephiroth next. Maybe we'll do a cosplay run and have it be our dark run, so we'll play as an evil character, and they have a nice Sephiroth weapon in it, which is a pretty good start. However, I'm a little disappointed by Elden Ring Drip. Is that a hot take? Or is that a common take? I don't know. It's not that nothing in the game looks good, but Usually, by the end of 150 hours, I would expect that I would have a lot of really nice drip to pick from. And most of the time, while I scrolled through my inventory looking for what to change into next in Elden Ring, I found myself settling, especially in terms of helmets. I found myself settling for something that was less than ideal. I kept expecting for most of the game that I would find something really cool to change into. It didn't happen. But one of the things that I want to do in a sort of Elden Ring after party here is go buy some of the stuff that the finger reader has for sale. Because the finger reader has some of like the armor of champions and things like that, which is some of the bosses that I've defeated. And they might have some of the nice drip there. Altair says, I like the champion set in Elden Ring based on the pictures I saw. Champion set... Not immediately familiar with what that is. Have to look. Maybe that's one of the ones that the finger reader sells. Nefeli's armor. Didn't you say that was the warrior set? It's champion, okay. I don't know if somebody said warrior or if I just misremembered it. It's not the fruit that I wanted right now, but I'll still take it. I don't know, like, I'm interested in watching some people play Suika game who, like, really have it down. I know some of the big streamers have gotten almost obsessed with it. I don't know, maybe I can just say obsessed and not the almost part. And try to, like, find other people who are really good at it to continue to play it with them and give them new challenges and things like that. There's gotta be some people who have some, like, really awesome Suika strats that I'd love to learn about. Oh man, it's like I hate pushing up these melons and things. Creating all this empty space under them is scary. You also get if you start with the hero class. Oh, I see. Like, I don't even think about that anymore. I've played so many Souls games that the only class I ever start with is whatever is the naked one with a club. Whichever class is the one that just, like, gives you nothing and you're pretty much going to be building from scratch is the one that I end up selecting. I thought for a while that was just kind of like standard of long-term Souls players, but then I started watching some long-term Souls players content and I was like, oh, maybe it's not. Maybe that's just me. I'm sure there's others who are that way about it too, but it wasn't as common as I expected. Aw, man, you guys aren't gonna touch. What's it gonna take, huh? There we go. Like, see this? This is always brutal. When you got two big fruits and they just raise up. I'm like, please stop. I need that space down there. Got so much negative space down at the bottom. I'm not doing the best thing by building on two sides here, I suppose. It's just the way the game ended up playing out. I feel like my whole game is just slowly rising up because of those big fruits down there that are fighting for space. There we go. We managed to squeeze the melon in there. Got another melon match. Not bad. I'll take it. Every time that happens, I count it as a victory. Okay, we managed to squeeze some down inside. That's good. Nice. Got some potential here. Stop raising! Settle down. Just sit down there. Take up your space. Just relax down there. That's not where I meant for that to drop. I think I clicked too quick. Game wasn't ready. Alright. 2 reasonably sized fruits, nice. You got a melon? Nid, you mean a normal melon or a watermelon? Normal melon. Still good. You have to get a normal melon in order to get a watermelon, so you're on the path. Shoot. Put that over there. There we go. That could have gone a lot worse. This setup ain't too bad. It's looked sketchy a couple times in here, but it's coming together. Don't love this. Okay, there we go. So there's got to be some of the best like small fruit management that I've had at the top of a Suika game for a while, if not ever. But we still got some fruit hanging out below. I would really love if those apples were touching right now. And I did not want those to combine that way. Don't mess me up now, game, please. I guess this is alright. I'm running out of room. There we go. This is very dangerous, though. No, stop! Oh no! It just raised up and pushed everything out. Oh no. Azrael dude's happiness is gonna turn into sadness so quickly, I think. Unless you were rooting for me to die. I did. I got one mutt melon I mean, I got a watermelon and I got another melon, so I was like very close in the grand scheme of things to combining 2 watermelons. But the physics of those two being next to each other just pushed everything up and out of the arena, which is really, that's like the sucky part of the game, because I just cleared so much space that we shouldn't have lost, that sometimes the physics will just kind of decide to kill you, depending on how it behaves. You don't have a lot of control over where they fall into place, and then if they're just like, oh, 2 fruits squeezed into a container next to each other means that they raise like an elevator, then doom. Alright, well, I don't know if I'm gonna beat that one, but I said 2 more, so I guess we'll go in one more time. Get ourselves ready for disappointment, because we seldom will come that close to combining 2 watermelons. I've never done it. I've never seen it. I know it's possible. That's the way that people get the scores, like the 3992 that's there at the top of the week. I don't think you can get that without combining 2 watermelons. On apples. I did not want that. Go to the other side. Or you go touch. Touch! I'm gonna go all Arnold Schwarzenegger on you if you don't touch. Alright. We're resolving it. The situation is being resolved as we speak. There we go. Mostly resolved. There we go. Completely resolved. We got very close, Kess. We almost were gonna be able to build toward the very last melon that we needed to combine 2 watermelons. It was an exciting moment, but it was a very fleeting moment, too. That's what this game is. Did not want an apple over there. This game is the hills and valleys of life. Sometimes something really big happens and then it all just falls apart. You know? I will say I'm playing a pretty good game. Tonight we've gotten a number of watermelons. It's not the easiest thing to get. I'm making it look easier than it is. And by saying that, I am challenging you all to go play it and show me that I'm not as good as I think I am. You can't let me be cocky, can you? It's so easy to zone out to this game. Especially with a little bit of lo-fi playing. It's so cozy. I want to be a cozy streamer. That's mostly what I aim to be. Sometimes I want to bring the chaos. That's why I have the really weird combo of chaotic and cozy in my tags. We like a little bit of both. But sometimes, especially on a cooldown stream from our like massive amount of Elden Ring playing, cozy's exactly what the doctor ordered. Did I have 3 apples there and they somehow combined into this pineapple? I feel like we lost reference to something. Oh no, I guess that some peaches were made. Interesting. We'll take it. We'll take it. A lot of stuff happened all together there. Legendary Nuggy averted. So close. We'll combine into a chicken nugget eventually. That's what Kess and I theorize happens when you combine two watermelons. I mean, it's like the most obvious answer, right? Like, what else would it be? Yay! Melon. Alright. Our path is clear at the moment. Our board is mostly clear at the moment. I think we know where we're headed. Man, whoever came up with this game, I hope they made a good amount of money. I don't know if it was mostly a person or mostly a studio. If it's mostly a studio, the people don't tend to see that big of a difference in the money they made from it, regardless of how popular it became. But if it was a person, I hope that person got wealthy off of it. Y'all remember Flappy Bird? This has got to be the cleanest watermelon board I've ever seen. Look at that. Flappy Bird was made by, like, Flappy Bird probably didn't deserve to make a lot of money. Just to be fair, I'm still happy it did, but Flappy Bird probably didn't deserve to make a lot of money because it ripped off Mario sprites and sounds. Like, it was using assets that wasn't its own. But Flappy Bird became a sensation over the course of a weekend when it was, like, recognized by some blogger that talked about how, like, frustrating yet addictive it was, and suddenly everybody was playing it. And I forget where he was from. He might have been from Singapore, maybe that was it, but the developer of Flappy Bird just made, like, these shovelware game things online that tended to take assets from elsewhere, and he mostly just did it for fun. And all of a sudden, living in a pretty poor neighborhood, he found himself to have a lot of wealth and a lot of eyes on him from Flappy Bird in a very short period of time. Such a shock of a life change for that guy. The Suika game uses all its own assets and everything, so it deserves to get famous more than Flappy Bird did. You never liked Flappy Bird? It was boring for you, Azrael dude. Flappy Bird was for masochists. I don't want to imply anything by saying this because I am not, but I enjoyed a bit of Flappy Bird. It's an unfortunate follow-up statement, but it's also true. That I enjoyed a bit of it, but ultimately at the end of the day, it can't keep you happy for too long if it's just making you angry. You know? Obvious statements, but very true. All the same. Can I nestle you in there? No. Okay. It's fine. Good to know. That watermelon is going up there, man. I can't say that I'm loving that. It could be okay if we can push things across the board a little bit here. We might be able to control this. I wish you combined. Okay, there we go. We're still on track. There we go. Suika strats still working out. Oh, I don't have any good place to put that one. If that watermelon raises much higher up here, we are in trouble. Big trouble. And it's raising, and it's not rolling things. I think I can do this safely. Yeah, now I can do this and we get a little bit more safe room. Okay. Oh, you guys are not falling how I want you to fall. Getting a bit of unfortunateness in here. Oh, the orange is out? It didn't even show me the line. No! That was a good game. No. It didn't show me the line. It didn't tell me that it was out. God dang it. Oh, well. Oh, Sag. I can't play this game. It reminds me of him. Are they related to your username at all, Feet? It's good to see you. How you doing? Okay. Hold on. / poll. I'm opening up a 1 minute poll here. All right, so it's about to show up. The question of the poll is what? The answers are whether you want to see another Suika game here, or jump into the Elden Ring stuff a little to discuss that. We got 3 votes on the Suika. You guys are enjoying the Suika? I'm enjoying the Suika too. You said one more, Azrael, dude? Yeah, in hindsight, if I put the orange down there, it would have been better. I didn't know the line was right there. So the reason I didn't drop the orange down is because I had some smaller fruit, like I had the Decapon down there. 2 of them. So if I got like another small fruit, I could combine more things and not lock me into a troublesome situation later. So I was trying to go for that, but if I knew that the orange was going to stick up above the line, then I certainly would have cut my losses and put it down there. So that was the strat, and that's sort of how I ended up with a clean game. But man, it just didn't show me the line. You just got here, Leo? Okay, we'll show you what it's about. You start with these small fruits. You can see the sort of legend on the left-hand side. Well, on the right-hand side, you can see the fruits from small to biggest. On the left-hand side, you can see the legend of like a cherry becomes a strawberry, becomes a grape, becomes a decapon, becomes an orange, becomes an apple, becomes a pear, becomes a peach, becomes a pineapple, becomes a melon, becomes a watermelon. All right? You get them by combining 2 of the smaller fruits together. So for example, we got a little cherry here. I drop it, I put another one on it. Hey, it's a strawberry. And that's pretty much it. And then points happen. And physics happens. And life happens. We had a very dramatic moment in last night's Elden Ring stream, by the way. Azrael Dude clipped it. Unexpectedly, Fia, the deathbed champion, was murdered. And I got a little dramatic. Little bit dramatic. I rewatched that clip afterward and I'm like, man, I'm stupid. But Azrael Dude liked it. Yeah, Fia, exactly. Exactly. Were you here for that one, Leo? I can't quite remember. Last Elden Ring stream was 8 hours long, and it was all overnight. So my brain ended up not really being there for a lot of it, but man, I was playing. I mean, I wasn't playing that well. I was taking a million tries to beat any individual thing that I probably would have beat a little quicker on a good night. Like Gideon, when I went back and I watched some of the VOD, I'm like, this guy doesn't seem like he should be tough at all. But I was a little bit dead in the brain area. But the determination was there, and that's all it really took. It just took learning those fights, and as long as that determination was there, I still got through it. So we beat the game. We actually defeated Moog, Lord of Blood, Lich Dragon Fortisax, Sir Gideon off near the All-Knowing, Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, Horaloo Warrior, Radagon of the Golden Order, and the Elden Beast, all that night. That's a lot of bosses. All in one go. And all first try, too. Don't watch the VOD. Or pay attention to what I was just saying a minute ago. Hey, clean. The real Godfrey rather than the golden image. Yeah, I was confused about that when I first found it. I was like, that seems kind of underwhelming for this Godfrey I'd been hearing about. There was no build-up. He was just there, and then I beat him. But I had less of the notion of there being, like, duplicates of people at that point. Or, like, spirit versions. Drop. That is not what I wanted, but I'll take it. Still kind of works. Let's put this orange over here. Yeah. This orange here. We're doing it. This will work out. I don't know at what rate it changes, but this game, I think it starts to give you more fruit that are bigger, based either on your score or maybe based on the number of bigger fruit you've dropped, which I guess would probably tie together pretty well. So earlier in the game, you're going to get a lot more small fruit, but then like later in the game, it starts to be the smaller ones are actually the less common ones, and you need to use them wisely. So you need to kind of like start to understand how the priority shifts as the game goes on. Because if you continue to treat the small ones like junk, when it gets later into the game, then you're going to end up screwing yourself. Hey, we got a melon. Normal melon, not watermelon. Yeah, Ricky beat all those bosses first time, no hit, yeah. I actually did have a pretty awesome moment the stream before that one, when we were fighting Melina for the third stream in a row. It didn't really matter that much to anybody else. What mattered to them was me beating Melina at that point, because I've been doing it for so long. But I had a no-hit of Melina's first phase. And for me, that was quite an accomplishment. Because her first phase is nuts. I honestly kind of thought her first phase was harder than her second when it came down to it, but it might have just been because I had practiced so much at that point. But like I had that no hit of her first phase and I'm like, man, I just killed that. That was awesome. Gotta pat myself on the back sometimes. Alright, that one terrible, troublesome orange in there is gonna spell the end of this entire match. That orange that's like, nope, I'm gonna sit here with a little frown on my face and keep these two peaches from touching each other. That orange doesn't like when peaches touch. thinks that you should leave room. Oh. Hope of safety? There we go. That's a little bit better. I mean, now it's the apple that's got the, like, cringe face on. It's like, oh, can't let these peaches touch. It's like the... I was gonna say FDA, that's not what I meant. What was that association that's always, like, censoring TV shows for families? What's that called? There we go. There's some combinations. That helps. The orange just needs to open its minds up a bit, yeah. Exactly. Exactly, Leo. Tia's death must have fueled much violence. Yeah, that was the one time in the game where I did not talk to the NPC. Every other NPC in the game that I talked to, at the moment of talking to them, I exhausted their dialogue options before I moved on. That NPC... that NPC just died. There was no conversation to be had. Stretch? Give me a minute, my brain's doing things. Let it cook. Let it cook, Azrael. Oh, that didn't cook hard enough. I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die! Everybody panic! Everybody panic and run! Death is coming for us all. There's no escaping it. We're still escaping it. Oh, they didn't touch. I'm dead. I'm dead. Ah. We were surprisingly close to getting everything to fall into place there. Yeah. All right. Well, so many people voted. You know what? I'm gonna put the same poll up again. So many people voted for Suika last time that I'm not sure you guys are actually done this week. I thought I was like doing you guys a favor by being like, all right, we'll only do 2 more. But maybe you guys want more Suika. So here's another 1-minute poll. Go ahead. Let me know. Let me know what you're feeling, what your vibe is. And you guys will notice, and I really appreciate this, and I guess this might be a call out to anybody if you're watching and you like the vibes here too. We've got the new goal up now. We will be celebrating 900 followers this Friday. Probably at 8 p.m. EST, but it might be at 6 p.m. EST if I can get it set up faster, just so we can have a longer celebration. And we're already 913. And I have been so passionately trying to go for this 1,000 follower goal. The number really doesn't mean that much ultimately, but like, it's a big milestone. It's putting a digit on the Squiddy Cats. It's something we've been striving for years. 3 years. And only really this year, when we leaned into being a VTuber, we set up a consistent schedule. We got in this hard working arc where I'm always like working on something for the futures of the streams, whether it's art. We got 5 for Do Elden Ring stuff now, okay. Whether it's art or content ideas or shorts or eventual YouTube things, or plans for special events, they've all been happening in the background, and some of them have come to stream already. Some of them are longer games, some are shorter, but whatever it is, ever since we entered all of this stuff together, and it's really been more of a dedication, we finally picked up momentum this year. We've gone from 600, I think, when I debuted my VTuber, to 913 already. Really only in a couple of months of being in this hard-working arc. So I'm very grateful for that. And when we hit 1,000, I'm gonna make quite a big celebration. Alright? Regardless of how long it takes me to put it together, I want 1,000 to be a big one. So even if we get some kind of like, even if something happens, one of those really rare things, and we suddenly go several hundred above 1,000, I'm still gonna put off the 1,000 celebration until the big stuff is ready, but I'm gonna try to have it ready as soon as possible. Just depends on how fast we reach it there, but 1,000 is gonna be a big one, so that's what we got as our goal now, and I really hope we can hit that by the end of the year. It's gonna be a little bit of a challenge, but also our momentum has been nice. So thank you guys, I appreciate it. And then the eerie silence as the lo-fi music goes away. Man, Sao Paulo was without energy the last days. It was a big blackout. Ooh, that's rough. It's never nice being without energy, especially for days. I've had to deal with that situation before, but not in a while now. There was a time at my my house when I was very, very poor, where we were without power for like 5 days or something like that. Everything in the fridge spoiled. We had to get rid of it. And it was during cold months, so we had to start like boiling water just to release some heat around the house, because we had like gas stoves, not electric ones. It's a rough time. It was crazy that it has 12 million people and all of you were without energy for 3 days. Yeah, that once it starts getting into a couple of days, it it really starts having an impact on a lot of stuff. Like, if it's citywide or townwide or however big the area is, it starts to impact just some of like the businesses and the day-to-days, and back people up on trying to get stuff done that they needed to get done. It's a nightmare. Alright, so we're back in Elden Ring, and we're kind of considering this just like a little bit of a victory run, kind of like back in the Elden Ring world thing. And yeah, Leo, thank God we had gas stoves. I was brought to this area in Elden Ring at the end of last stream to try and fight a really crazy misbegotten warrior. Maybe we'll fight him a couple times here, but it's not really gonna be... we're not really gonna be doing too much fighting and stuff in this stream, I don't think. Because this is like a victory lap. So, yeah, Cog. I beat Millennia. And then I beat Moog, Lord of Blood. And then I beat Lich Dragon Fortisax. And then I beat Sir Gideon Ofnir the All-Knowing. And then I beat Godfrey, First Elden Lord. Then I beat Horalu Warrior. Then I beat Radagon of the Golden Order. And then I beat Elden Beast. We finished Elden Ring. Last Elden Ring stream, we finished it. And, let me show you guys. Let me show you. Alright. I did it with very low armor and actually without a helmet. Just so that I would look pretty. Is Azrael dude still here? Let me copy the link for this. Let's open up Opera. Come on, Opera. There we go. Let's see. Yep. Look at that. Look at Rachel on the Elden Ring throne. Isn't she looking good? That was her at the end of the game. Like, if I had a higher resolution image of this, I'd just put this on my on my desktop as the background. I went in there helmetless. I beat all of the final bosses helmetless just so that I could look good for the ending. You did see that picture? That looks great, thank you. Yeah, she's rocking Gideon's boots and gloves here because I just took them off his corpse. And then like the deathbed dress, no helmet. And for those who don't know, you get a pretty severe penalty for having a piece of armor missing. But I did it for the drip. I probably lost significantly more times than I would have because we had a few like sliver attempts on those fights, simply because I refused to get dressed up in heavy armor and put a helmet on. Yeah, that's an Elden Lord to bow to. So Rachel appreciates your bows. Yeah, we had a good time. And I've still not put on the helmet, so I'm still fighting at a bit of a penalty here. Same pose as the Lincoln statue, yeah. Oh, we're still in Suika category, huh? Let me switch it. Sorry, Forgy, we just played Suika all the way up until this point. You literally came in right after Suika was over. We had a match where I almost combined two watermelons. I had a watermelon, and sitting on top of it, I had a normal melon, and then some other decent-sized fruit. But the watermelon and the normal melon got next to each other, and the physics decided that with them being next to each other, they're just gonna raise up like an elevator. So the two of them raised up and pushed everything out of the board. It was a pretty clean board, and it was a watermelon and a melon. I got mad because they just became an elevator. And you don't care about this story, you're just talking about poop. You know what happens when you eat cheese. I do hope it turns out alright, though. Got this lactose intolerant frog here who refuses to pay attention to the lactose intolerance. I mean, I know the feeling. I'd be the same way. I like my dairy too much. If it was destroying my stomach, I'd still probably eat it. Have you heard of lactate? She has. She just doesn't always take it. Alright, I'm gonna change the title to Elden Ring Victory Lap, I guess, even though we're not really lapping anything. Elden Ring After Party. There we go. And category switch. Elden Ring. I mean, I guess I could, like, jump into New Game Plus, too, and start speedrunning this on a harder difficulty. It didn't update my game, come on. I said Elden Ring. Done. There we go. Oh, it updated for you? It just like popped back to Suika game here. I'm like, I guess it wants more Suika game. What's the blood jellyfish? They are a mad jellyfish. They want to kill me with poison. Don't worry about it. 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 And oh, they worried about it. Okay, so I'm probably not going to beat the boss we're running to here right now because I just don't really have the motivation to. This guy, even at my level, I mean, granted, I just finished talking about how little armor I'm wearing just for looks. Look, you can basically see through this thing. It's dark for you guys. Let me turn this on. I got, like, pelvis lines on this dress. It's harder to see with the light on, I guess. But this is a fitting dress, and we took our helmet off and everything just to look good for the ending. But this guy in here, he wants to hit us hard. And he wants to hit us fast. And he wants to pose at us like a JoJo character. And kill us with the pose, apparently. Thank you for the bonk, just for whoever needed it, Altair. Was your stream supposed to transition to full game HUD, or are you leaving it up on the TV, a microwave screen frame on purpose? We're actually never full game, Leah. Every time you've come in to watch this game, it's been on this mode. Your brain must have just adapted automatically. Oh, okay, Azrael, if you're gonna say like a long time ago, yes, but I'm talking about with Elden Ring. Long time ago, I used to, oh, you can't see the HP bar. That's a different story, hold on a second. Oh man, they're falling down on me. Okay, stop. Listen. Jellyfish, come on. I'm trying to do something here. Can you show your Thanos character? I can. But Thanos, I created him back when the game first came out and I thought I was going to play it, but I wasn't ready for the game yet, so we only played 8 hours of Thanos. This character was really my first playthrough. You're right. This should be a little bit better. There we go. This is usually how it's presented. I did that because Suika Game Online has like ads and things on it playing on the side, and I wanted to give you guys a better viewing experience. Seppuku! You know a boss I can fight after this one? We might. I wasn't planning on doing a bunch of, like, this wasn't supposed to be an Elden Ring stream tonight, but I don't mind having a victory lap on these guys. Golden Order Greatsword. There we go. We wrecked him. Just going in with the bubble made the difference. Alright, let's go read that, huh? Golden Order Greatsword. Greatsword made of light, modeled after the Elden Ring itself, forged by King Consort Radagon, to proudly symbolize the tenets of the Golden Order, one of the legendary armaments. Telltale signs betray that this was once the greatsword bequeathed to him by his first wife, Renala. This raises so many questions. Raise the armament in a salute, releasing a golden explosion. Repeated inputs send out waves of golden light. So, like, how did that weapon end up in the hands of a misbegotten in an old frozen cave filled with jellyfish underneath the floor in the consecrated snowfields region? That is, that's a question. That's a question right there. GG, thank you. Thank you, Cog, I appreciate it. And Talsit, hello. Time to head to the northwest of Hogwarts to the 4 belfries. Whoa! Chill out, man. What the heck? I don't like it. Listen, I just got here. An angry squiddy right there. If you knew the history, I will not believe it. Yeah. I do not know the history. Alright, you know what? People want me to fight things. I'm gonna take a quick run to the restroom. We're gonna have a little be right back here for a second. I'm gonna run to the restroom and then we can fight things. I don't mind. You know what? Let's have a good time together. We're not gonna play like late or anything because this is a work night. But we can have some victory laps, kill some bosses. Well, I still don't wear armor just as a flex. Let's put back on some lo-fi. Is this a decent volume lo-fi for you guys? And I can poof like that. There we go. Coward, sleep is for the weak. Yeah, but work is for the bills, you know? I'll be right back, and then I will go to these belfries you speak of, Haruru. Demote me, daddy. And poof, I'm back. And we're back. Chat Pat, yeah. You can't see it. You can't see it when I'm gone. Your front, Azrael dude? Alright. Fair enough. Alright, let me see. Can I get another level for like no reason? I need 90,000 more. I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not gonna bother. Alright. Haruru! Are you present? You said northwest Hogwarts. To the belfries. This area? Is this accurate? Because I'm noticing that I have like nothing. That's northeast. This area? This? Because I'm noticing that I have no graces there. Thank you, Leo. Sorry, I'm an East Coaster. I am more inclined to go east. Alright. East Coast is Beast Coast, as they say. Is there like a floating part of Hogwarts that I just didn't notice before? Is that just how the mountain looks? I guess it's not. It's just on a weird pillar of rock. That's weird. That's strange. Just up this hill? Alright. It's the Squiddy Cat trying to get home. Yeah. Moo. I'm like surprised how much exists in these. Ooh. How much exists in these regions that I went to so early that I supposedly missed. There's apparently like an NPC in Caria Manor that I didn't find. I don't know how that works. Alright, you wanna make problems, sir? You're early game. You're early game. You can't be a problem for me. Yeah, that's nothing. Oh, you still had a sword above you. Touche, touche. I gave him another crack. In his armor. I cracked his armor. Alright. What do we have here? Death required ahead. No precious item ahead. Crumbling lands. Oh. We'd be using these. With an imbued sword key, find the portal to Precipice of Anticipation. Is this not? This is Crumbling Lands? Alright. Maybe that means that goes to Farah Missoula? Oh, that would be kind of early to get to Farah Missoula. Precipice of Anticipation. Here we go. Only 2? Yeah, I only ever found 2 of those. Travel! I didn't even know these were here. I was wondering what the imbued sword keys were for. Oh, I think I know where I am. I think I know. Oh. Well, I guess we're going back up the hill. Why are we getting frame drops? Come on, game. Better than this. Okay, so the ground just fell. I can't be blamed for that death, alright? Can't put that one on me. There's no way to know. There's so many times in this game where looking over the edge of a cliff shows like a secret spot or something. Shut up, giant. Frame drops might have been from head pats. I'd be surprised. I think Elden Ring was just having a moment. That's where you're supposed to drop after you beat the tutorial boss? Oh, I see. I guess it just needs... Man, that's kind of lame. It just needs some real quick way to kill you after you beat the tutorial boss. Some of the other games have done that a little bit better. Okay, this is a strong bridge. Just had to check. That's gotta feel kind of stupid. You just, like, succeeded at beating the tutorial boss, which is supposed to kill you. And then, and you're like, I feel all good. Now, what's next? What's, like, my hidden path? What's my secret? And then the floor just falls out from under you. Alright. Then this must be the fella, yeah? Yeah. Time for some good old-fashioned revenge with less armor on me. Actually, not less than the first time. Alright, Scion, come here. Oh, nice backstep. You must think you're all cool now, huh? Come here. No hit. Okay, well, I'm guessing you're supposed to find those, belfries a bit earlier in the game. Ornamental straight sword and golden beast crest shield. We'll read them. Boom. Pog says, I'm collecting points to make you end every sentence with nya for an entire live. There is a cooldown on it, Cog, I'm afraid to say. you don't get to just use it one after another because there's a cooldown, but maybe if you really go through all that effort, maybe I'll consider lowering the cooldown for a stream. Not infinite. Maybe. I'll think about it. If you're really determined. Let me see here. We got... Ornamental straight sword. Slender straight sword patterned after an antique ornament. Superior swordsmen prefer to wield one in each hand. After falling from grace, the dregs of the golden lineage sought power and purpose in the past. So, Grafted Scion was probably in some very vague, distant way related to the golden lineage as well, and was going the grafted route, excuse me, like Godric. I don't remember getting Rotten Crystal Sword. And then we also got the shield, yeah. Let's see. Wherefore art thou? Is it this one? Yes. Shield of a dull gold with a beast engraved in its crest, lighter than most great shields and subsequently easier to wield. The beast depicted as Sarash, aged counselor who guides the golden lineage. The lion? Interesting. He was a counselor, huh? I mean, that's not bad. Still 100% physical negation on a great shield, but easier to wield. I'd take it. You already have the points, Aruru. I'm not going to consider it for you. You see if there's anything toward the beginning of the game again, or if it was just for this boss. Are you guys excited about the Dark Souls 3 thing, by the way? I know Elden Ring's probably more on the brain, but if I was jumping immediately into a double randomizer with, like, poor translations, it's gotta be Dark Souls 3 for my first time. I don't know if I'm ready. Or, like, maybe I'm sorta ready for an Elden Ring randomizer. But the Dark Souls 3 thing, I think it's, like, a little bit fresh because we just watched this. And also, I think that's a lot better for my first modded Souls game. We'll get into modding Elden Ring as well. I think there's a whole heap of content to be had there. You really want to see me struggle in my favorite game? I'm sure the randomizer has settings to avoid this. They probably have a setting so that, like, Udix Gundyr will always be Udix Gundyr because he's the guy that you find before you have the ability to level. I'm gonna be honest, I'll probably allow it to randomize Udix Gundyr. We'll see. We'll see, but I'll probably allow it. So even tutorial boss before you can level up will be randomized. I don't know. I'll see if I'm feeling that brave when I get to it. Gotta see what the poor translation looks like. Yeah, I'm curious if anybody's gonna be willing to be like a scribe for me in chat and to be like, okay, this item said like this thing, and then we found this boss in this area, so this must be the new lore. Or if we'll just laugh at it, I don't know. Okay, so there's no graces in this region, but we've been back. That's kind of cool. Because I could not figure out how to get here for the rest of the game, so. Neat that we came here, neat that we got revenge on the Scion. I feel now like I could take the Scion out at the beginning of the game, easy. No trouble at all. We got the entire map, right? Looks like it. I mean, I guess they could easily hide places in here. They probably did it on purpose. They're like, oh, we got a little bit of cloud here. We got a circular cloud over here. Just in case they were like, we want to create DLC that unlocks areas for you to fast travel in these regions instead of like a different map. So it's still possible. But I'm betting this is the full range of map that you can have for base Elden Ring. I don't know about the underground. Hard to say. I don't know if there's underground Farum over here. What did you say about from the Halig tree, Nid? I don't think I got the first part of the context for that one. Alright, so those belfries. I have 2 imbued keys. Is there another one worth visiting? Rot Lake boss. I don't know if I want to do Rot Lake boss, man. You can't even use your horse down there. That's just like battle well rotted. I could go look at it though. I've also got the Spirit Caller cave boss that I could do if I wanted. And I could do Borealis if I really wanted. Like, there are bosses out there I haven't fought. The Rotten Crystal Sword is from the chest that was guarded by those Rotten Crystallians. Oh, the Rotten Crystal trio there in the Halig tree. That makes sense. Probably didn't read it because I just grabbed it too quick and got out of there. I didn't have any other answers. Is there another belfry that's worth going to? It looks like there's at least 4 of them here. And I only have 1 more key. Yeah, let's hide for a second here. See if Mr. Giant forgets about us. Why do I hear footsteps? Night sky unceasing. First goes to Crumbling Azula, third goes to Nokron, fourth has another key. Another imbued key? So that I could just open up another one of these? Might as well do that one if that's the case. Okay, so this has to be Nokron with Night Sky Unceasing. When you grow up, you want to be a soccer player? Is that for real, Cog? That's a cool thing. Oh, that's the precipice. I've been there. Soccer players... That's like such a globally appreciated sport. You can get to be like a good soccer player. A great way to global fame, excuse me. Be a Brazilian hero. That's quite a goal. I hope you make it there. Oh, I thought this was going to be another teleporter, but it's just another key chest. Okay. Nokron or Farum Azula? Is there anything cool at either of those places? Or is it just another entrance to where I've already been? This seems like it would be an awfully early point to get into Farum Azula, so I imagine it must be like a different spot of Farum. Let me see that one, I guess, just out of sheer curiosity. What glimpse into Farum could you have gotten in Liurnia? Ooh, we are tilting. Okay, so you could just straight up get here and see the tornadoes and the debris and the dragons everywhere. This must be so confusing if you just get here early on. Is this really just like a preview? Oh, no, there's some area you can go to. Interesting. You can get items through these portals. Alright, what do you have for me? Farum. Anything in here gonna scare me off? These dragons are coming awfully close. Any of them actually want to land here? Give me a fight? Oh. Oh. Okay, so there are a couple of beast men. I feel like I shouldn't have died there. I feel like I landed on that platform above. My character had the foot sound. They stopped until they were in a standing position. Just because they slided off afterward, their momentum was already gone, Miyazaki. That shouldn't have really been a fall death. Because I'm sure if I landed on there and was able to run around and then I dropped off again, it wouldn't have killed me. I'm betting. That's why if I have fall damage in one of my games, I'm not going to hold on to the momentum like that. It rubs me the wrong way. Try ranged battle. How would I do that? It's just a couple of bofas. By the way, speaking of fall damage, I really think that they should rename seasonal affective disorder fall damage. That would be funny. Make people laugh more when they have it, rather than feel like they got a disorder. There we go, now it's just you and me, sir. Yeah. They'd need to name it autumn damage to take out the humor. Why can't we have humor? Why can't we have humor in our diseases? I suffer from it too sometimes. I guess that's not a disease, though. There is where we fought Placidusax, I think. Yep. That's cool. It's neat to see this like this. This kind of reminds me of Demon Souls. Jose's talked about the diorama-esque nature of the Demon Souls areas. In Demon Souls, you just teleport to a specific region and you play through that region, but it's self-contained. There's no walking from that region to another one. You just teleport in, you teleport out when you're done. There's bosses there. It's just a controlled level. Kind of like back in the old Spyro the Dragon or Crash Bandicoot, like the mascot games, there often had little warp zones to whatever a self-contained area was, and it was like a little diorama. Like if you had the ability to back off from it, it looked something like this. Just like a big region floating there that you could just complete and you'd be done and you could move on. I kind of like that. I mean, I like open world games too. I think there's a place for both. We already have 2 in our body and there's 3 and 3's a crowd. Oh, I see. For humor. Very humorous. Uh-huh. Tickling my funny bone there, Leo. I'm sure you've heard the sure you heard all the jokes in Jose's stream before. But you do know what you get when you boil your funny bone, right? Laughing stock. Neo used the choose a mission method. Oh, that's cool. That's a different variation of it. Rachel ring presented by Azrael, dude. Did you see the picture, Matreus? Did you see the picture of Rachel sitting on the Elden throne? I beat it the other night during our 8-hour-long stream. Sip, I will, Cog. Thank you. And I'll get the stretch in, too. There you go. On shrimp, everybody. Yeah, we finished, and I decided to choose the most generic ending, because I like to do that on my first playthrough of any of these things. So we didn't go with the mending rune of death, and we didn't go with, what was the other one that was available there? Ronnie's one. There's no way a ring Azrael can give will surpass the Elden Ring. The Elden Ring didn't actually really appear to be a ring, though. When I mended it, it was just a symbol. It was a big glowy symbol, and made up of a number of rings and pieces. And it makes more sense that way because I was always a little bit confused by the descriptions. Like if I go in here and read it, I thought it said on these things. Oh yeah, on some of them it does. This great rune is the anchor ring that houses the base and provides and proves 2 things. And then I thought it was on more of these. Oh yeah, this great rune is known as the anchor ring found in the center of the Elden Ring. So like it just describing these things, I'm like, how does that work? What exactly is the center of the ring? But yeah, it was just a big symbol made up of like all of these runes, rather than something you can wear. So I should probably activate the other 3 runes I have, right? There's 7 total, and I got 3 of them not activated. Now you can rant about Melina and Ronnie. My headcanon, Ronnie died first, then Renala trying to bring her back through Rena, who died, or vice versa, because Melina being burned and bodiless and Ronnie's corpse being burned. That would make that kind of works with some of the thoughts I've been having, Matreas. I was saying this to Muttmelon when he came in the other night. I was like, Melina has got to be related to Ronnie in some way. Like the two sealed shut eyes, the fact that Melina's weapon is practically a Blackblade assassin knife, but with some differences on it. The whole like Ronnie having 4 arms and 2 faces on there, one of them going over the squinted eye. And I was like, I originally thought it was Ronnie and then like Rena was the other set of arms and face, but now I think it might be Melina. Like maybe they're the same person, kind of, or you know, I don't know. Not only that, you only meet Ronnie after Melina gives you Torrent. True. And Ronnie's very familiar with Torrent, and you never meet Rena, as far as I'm aware. I never met Rena. I really enjoy Elden Ring. I like Elden Ring. If I'm going to look back on it, Elden Ring's got a number of things that disappoint me. I don't think it's going to be my favorite Souls game. I think I've got a lot of potential in continuing to play it for many reasons. So I'll be going back through it for various stuff, challenges and other endings and things like that. I don't think it's going to be my favorite. I think that they stretch themselves too thin, because probably the idea of reusing every single boss in the game except for maybe like 5 or 6 of them in a game that has like what, 160 bosses or something like that. I heard something like that at some point. It's like 160 bosses and there's like 5 or 6 unique ones. That is a very, 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 very poor ratio. That means you're encountering every boss like what is that, like 3 times? No, 30 times? No. What am I trying to do? What math? 15 times? If we took, yeah, I don't know. I can't do the math right now. But you're encountering every boss quite a few times. When Radagon fought the giants, they cursed him in his bloodline with the worst curse imaginable, being ginger. Oh god, Nid. That's racist. You rank ER under 3, slightly above 2. I didn't... Wait, you rank 3 higher than 2? Matreas? Or do you just mean like overall, not like personal opinion, but like where you think it fits amongst the games in the community? Because I thought you ranked 3 under 2. Or did you kind of come back around on 3? 3's got some really good content. 2 is worse than Elden Ring, is worse than 3. Yeah, but Matreas loves 2. And 2 definitely put, like, there's a lot of inspiration in this game from 2. The rolling in the water, or in like the rot or the poison or whatever, and having it stick on your body because you rolled through it, that was from 2. A lot of the types of combat things where they do like the delayed attacks and stuff started mostly in 2. You like 2 more than 3, but there's stuff about 3 that I can't ignore about it being better. That's fair. I've had that situation with games before. Yeah. Cog. Alright, we really want to see Rot Lake boss. I don't know that I'm gonna, like, commit to this, alright? I'm not sure I'm gonna commit to this right now. But, we can go look at it. Got 100,000 runes on me, though. I don't know if it's better to start at this side or the other side. This boss is not going to be an issue. Yeah, but the rot will. Or I guess more likely than the rot is going to be. You know what? Let's just run through the rot. If we're gonna have it, let's just run through the rot. Go this way. More likely the issue is gonna be the basilisks, if they persist. Hello, fellows. Boss was over here somewhere, wasn't it? Yeah, it's like this guy. Or at least this is where people talked about it. We started Selin quest. No, people told me to go back to Selin, but she still says the exact same thing that she's always said to me. Or she moans and groans and says that my torture is useless. I don't know what you need to do to activate Selin's quest. I have no clue. Wrong Selin? Oh, that's what people guided me back to. I was following other people. Oh, it's a friggin'... It's one of these guys. Come on, man. Front of my salad. Oh. Well. Where's the stake here? Oh. Okay. Became a statistic. I'm just gonna be doing this fight rotted because there's no way that I'm doing it without rolling. I'm not sure this is so much not a problem as you say, Matreus. I mean, he's obviously incredibly squishy. But not so much not a problem as some other bosses that I killed here. We got the grafted Scion from the beginning. We got the weird misbegotten with the glowy sword. Oh god, he's like on top of these runes. I guess it doesn't really matter. 100,000 runes sucks to drop them, but I don't need levels. I got him anyway. I thought he was really covering them. Ow. Dead again. These guys have such wonky hitboxes. I've defeated both of them that I've found so far. Even like the very optional Cyophyra River one. I went back to fight it just to say that I beat it. But they've always had wonky hitboxes. Like, what's hitting me? What is hitting me with all of these? Okay, that was an obvious hit. That one's fine. What do you give me? 12,000? That's a guess. 12,000? 58,000. Okay. That's higher than I would have expected from this point. In a row became a boss customer. Alright. What did we get for him? Is that a weapon? Anybody notice? I was too busy not dying from rot. So if it's a weapon, I'm probably not too likely to find it. Dragon scale sword / katana. Let's see. Dragon scale blade. There we go. A weapon made by sharpening a gravel stone scale thought to be the source of ancient dragon immortality into an unclouded blade. Alas, the dragonkin soldiers never attained immortality and perished as decrepit pale imitations of their skyborn kin. So were dragonkin like part dragon? Is that like what happens when Vike and Lanciax or whatever do the deed? Ice lightning. Nice. Just don't know where the dragon can come from. This game, it being bigger, means it contains so much more lore, which deceptively at first makes you think that they told you more about it than the other Souls games. But now I'm kind of feeling like, in the grand scheme of things, they actually tell you less about the story going on in this game than they do in the typical Souls game. It was very deceiving as I was going through it the first time, especially when I came to Turtle Pope and he started just like telling me all about the war and all that stuff. I'm like, oh, okay, they're telling me a lot. But like at the end of it, there's so many more questions that I have. One of my big complaints, I said that like the fact that they've got like 5 or 6 unique bosses as far as I'm concerned and like 160 bosses in the game is already a bad start. Secondly, I really expected to fight Marika or something a little bit more Marika-like, and I don't really see why we didn't have Marika instead of the Elden Beast. Because the Elden Beast was described as a vassal beast for the greater will. Wouldn't the description of Marika essentially be the same thing? And I mean, people can split hairs and say, oh, technically you did fight Marika because you fought Radagon. Maybe, but like we could have had a goddess Marika fight instead of whatever the heck the Elden Beast was. That was kind of out of nowhere, and we've been hearing about Marika for the entire game. So why do we get this Elden Beast that we have no idea what the significance is until we read its item description afterward, instead of the god boss character that we've been hearing about in the entire story? No, because Marika was against the greater will, if you recall. I mean, I don't know. I guess Marika shattered the whole thing to stay in power, but Marika was also trying to fix it if both forms are Radagon. Finkel is Einhorn, huh? Wiki just wants to fight waifu. I don't know why they're afraid of having female final bosses in Dark Souls. Now, I'm not calling Miyazaki a sexist or anything. Foot fetishist? Maybe. We did have, like, the hardest boss in this game was a lady, and that's not entirely uncommon, but, like, Why couldn't we have had a goddess final fight? I think that would have been cooler than Elden Beast. That's just my opinion. The other thing that irked me about the final fight sequence, despite, I mean, like, not talking about Godfrey's weird hitboxes, which, by the way, I decided to look online to see if I was the only one that had that problem. I was not. I'm glad. Although a lot of people extended the weird hitboxes to say that Horalu's were even weirder, which I did not personally experience, but I could believe it. My biggest problem with the final boss sequence there, and part of the reason that makes Millennia stand out over them, is the fact that they kind of rendered the Ash of War attacks useless. Not entirely. I'm sure you could get some cool Ash of War attacks. I'm going to restart my tracker here while I talk because it's getting slow. But they didn't stagger. None of them staggered, like, at all. And by stagger, I don't mean, like, broke so that I could do a riposte. I mean, like, when you hit them, they flinch. They did not flinch. None of them. So if I tried to pull out Bloodblade Dance at any point, or any other Ash of War that had any significant time to the actual attack, I would just get destroyed because their attacks hit me a lot harder than I hit them. There was never going to be any opening for those bosses where I could yank out my Bloodblade Dance or a similar type of attack and not get massively punished for it. So they just kind of rendered the Ash of War attacks useless on the final sequence because, like, Gideon, you could, if you caught him right. But anything after Gideon, like Godfrey, Horalu, Radagon, Elden Beast, zero opportunities to actually, like, flinch any of them. I did get Rivers of Blood, yeah. I decided to stick with this weapon instead and then power stance it afterward. But I did get it. Noob katana? Well, you gotta get pretty, like, far in the game even to get it, though, right? But anyway, like, I find it disappointing that it kind of made one of the forms of gameplay completely unusable because, again, I had to go back to sort of spamming jump attacks to really get, like, the stagger build up and the good damage in for the final couple because they're like, Ash of War? Nah. It's not gonna work here. You're just gonna get your butt kicked. Millennia was nice because she was so difficult, but she did flinch. She was able to, like, riposte away your attacks sometimes, and she had some attacks where she had hyper armor, but she flinched. And if you got a bleed off on her, it could break through her attacks, even some of the hyper armor ones like Waterfowl. So it was nice. It felt like you could actually use, like, any of the mechanics of the game, and it was still going to be really hard, but you weren't being locked out of any of them from a gimmick. The ones at the end of the game just felt like, oh, these are really powerful characters, so we can't make them react to your attacks like anything's happening. They just continue to animate through whatever your attacks are and never react as though you're hitting them or cutting them with anything. Trey says there's some Ashes of War that do stagger, but it's still weaker than guard counter in the stagger department. Yeah. Millennia is 100% anti-all builds, and I love it. Yeah, I think they made her so that she was fair and really difficult at the same time, and that just made it, like, a fantastic boss to fight. Like, I kind of wish I could just get back in there and fight her right now. I love that fight. I think that was an excellently put together fight. Even if she herself wasn't as aesthetic or cool as she was, just like the sheer gameplay of that fight was great. But then she was also really cool, and she had really good music. I gotta say, I liked the Fortisax music too, but I didn't get to hear it for that long because I kind of made a mess of him by the time I fought him. So I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that one on my own. I did, I finally could start watching Elden Ring stuff the other day, and I confirmed that still nobody has managed to pull off a no-hit run of Elden Ring with the randomizer that's available out there. And as far-fetched as it sounds for me to do it, just knowing that nobody's done it makes it so tempting. There's one person out there, Little Aggie. I don't know if anybody's heard of that person. They have like I think the record right now is what they have, which is that they finished the game having taken only 2 hits on the randomizer. But nobody's gotten 0 yet. So did you figure out why she fought Radahn? No, not really. I know they were from different lines of the sort of godhood family tree. I like most of her fights seem to be related to Miquella, but I don't see how he would be related to Radahn at all. I know that Radahn stopped the stars in the sky to sort of prevent this communication with or not even just communication, but the general, like, supposedly takeover that these outer gods or space aliens were doing. Probably holding back the likes of Estelle and things like that after the damage was done to Nokron, etc. And presumably the Scarlet Rot originated in the sky there. It was an alien thing brought down. The meteor that fell was the closest to the Mogwin dynasty where Miquella was. Yeah, but why would that make her want to fight Radahn? Or was she just trying to release the meteor so that she could get to Miquella? Is that what you're suggesting? Because he was holding it back? Because, it seems weird to assume that she knew that there was a meteor specifically destined to hit near Mogwin Palace. Like, was that foretold, like, specifically where it would land? Because he was holding back quite a few things. Ronnie knew. I still don't know enough about Ronnie either. I wouldn't know why she would know any more either, except she's got some ties to the moon. I'm hoping they fill in a little bit more of these details in the DLC. Again, I don't think you should have to get a DLC to get details like this filled in, but all the same. Hoping they do. Let me go over here while we're talking. And go into the Spirit Caller Cave, because there's another boss I didn't defeat here. I really feel like there's gotta be a snail somewhere around for this boss, though. It makes me wonder if it's, like, before the boss? Like, Fool's Idol style? Or if there's, like, an invisible snail in the arena somewhere, because the entire rest of this cavern is about the snail summoning things. And the bosses look summoned. Wasn't there a snail here, too? Maybe not. Oh no, there it is. You're off to bed, Nid? Have a good night. I will be off shortly myself because it is approaching 12. We're about 4 minutes off of midnight, which is when I say I'm gonna stop. It's seldom when we actually stop, but I do have to make sure I take a special care when we're, like, early in the work week. And we're usually not as early in the work week as we are on Monday, because we usually don't stream on Monday. So I especially gotta make sure I keep my energy together. Stay strong for the work week, especially because at the end of this week on Friday, we're going to be doing our 900 follower celebration. And that's probably going to end up starting at 6 p.m. EST. It's on the calendar as 8 p.m. EST, but I'm going to try to get everything set up ahead of time and start a couple hours early. so that we can have a nice long stream. So if anybody's particularly interested in seeing like initial impressions of the randomizer, which is probably going to be the best bit, to be honest, like first seeing what spawns in place of like Udex Gundyr and things like that, I would keep an eye out for 6. That's what I'm going to be aiming for. And I'll put out a more official announcement of that too. You would laugh so much if it's just the corpse. Loretta of the Deep. I assume like the suggested setting on the randomizer is probably to not randomize Udex Gundyr. That's usually how those things go. That there's like some beginning of the game thing that it's like, just leave this so that this particular part is always going to happen. Because if you randomize him, you can't level up. You can't come back later. He guards everything else, so there's probably a setting to like leave him alone. But I think I'm probably going to randomize him just for the fun of it. I'm like pretty good at Dark Souls 3. I mean, like, there's a chance I'm majorly jinxing myself, especially if I include like DLC bosses in there into the randomizer, which I probably will. Because like if we go in there and it's friggin' somebody from the DLC or the Dancer of the Boreal Valley or something, it's gonna be a bad time. We're gonna get stuck at the first boss for a long time. You stopped playing that after that Hollow Claw playthrough? Yeah, you said that wasn't so fun for you, huh? Where would a snail be if there was a snail in here? Maybe in a bush? Hold on, I'm not trying to fight you, sir. Enemy ahead? Not you. In the water, maybe? It's gotta be in a corner somewhere. I mean, maybe there's no snail in here. Just feels to me like there would be. There's the sound of this thing being summoned. Maybe it's like you defeat a few of them and then the snail appears. That's what the whole cave is about. There gotta be a snail. This one that says enemy ahead makes me think it would be here, but I don't know, I think I've attacked all the places I would expect it to be. Skinny sort. I'm surprised I haven't, like, died yet from ignoring this guy. Alright, I guess beat me so that I can come back and beat you, huh? I said beat me, sir, not die easily to me. Not gonna make it easy for you, but I wasted all my flasks running around here. This guy's typically more of a problem, though. Ow. Really? Really, sir? You coming back? Who's part 3? Spirit Collar Snail? Godskin Swaddling Cloth, huh? I can't believe I beat that after running around the arena smacking for a snail randomly, sipping my flasks like it was nothing because it was an experimentation run. Because I ran around here for like 2-3 minutes swinging for snails and getting hit by that guy and drinking my flasks thinking that I wasn't going to fight the fight. Then I beat both nobles and the snail, and I'm alive. Now, I'm not alive that hard, but I'm still alive. And I did it in style. Looking good, Rachel. Looking good. Praise me! And every time I die in some silly way, everyone's like, there's a million chat zooms and a million smiles and laughs. What do I gotta do to get a little praise? Do I have to be a cute anime girl? Thank you, Leo. Thank you. Yeah. Oh well. Alright. Okay, that's one of the bosses. So we defeated Rot Lake, we defeated this one. Wiki has not gotten Moonveil. I don't think so. Is that a weapon? Moon, 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 dark moon, moon, moon. Eclipse Hotel. Moon. Oh, morning, sorry. False alarm. Moonveil is the other noob katana. Oh, right. Where does one need to go to collect this noob katana? I did not have another katana. Okay, so I guess that snail was calling them, but I couldn't fight the snail until the other two were done. That's a little weird. What made the snail get to just be, like, in a different dimension? South of the Forsaken Ruin in Caelid, there's a tunnel. Alright, let's look. Caelid, how bad could it be? Forsaken Ruin. Streets of Rage Ruin. Kalem Ruins. Noctis Ruins. Kaled Waypoint. Fort Faroth. Siofra. Divine Tower. This is the Merchant's Shack. I never defeated Darth Vader either. South. There's a tunnel. Alright. Did I come back and kill the bell-bearing hunter? I feel like no. If you have the hiding torch or whatever, you think you can reveal it right away. That's an interesting detail. I still hate these birds. They're still awful. Can I go south of here? Or is it too heavy a drop? Oh. Oh. There we go. Just have to speedrun strats that thing. Jump back onto a mountain. How far south are we talking here? Aw, crud. I didn't get this grace. Alright. What better time than now? Rest! It's on the cliff. Okay. Like up there? Sword of Night and Flame. Is that another weapon in this game? I have not gotten that either. Good luck, you two. Oh, wasn't this one of the PO farming spots? I think so. There we go. Where she made the dogs and the soldiers fight each other so that she could get the spoils of battle. Maybe one of the more unique swords they've made. Interesting. It's a bit of a drop, isn't it? Alright. Run, jump! Here we go. I'm doubting anything in here is going to stand much of a chance against me at this point. It will be interesting to see it. Activate my summoning pool. I'm betting if I went into New Game Plus, I could probably run through the game pretty quick with Rachel. I'm guessing. Is it only required to get 2 Great Runes? The boss might annoy me? Okay. Well, that's interesting. Be happy to see it. I mean, 2 Great Runes and, like, required, but then of course you get another because you beat Morgott. Why you gotta call everybody? That's just not cool, sir. So obviously, like, speedrun tactics, Godric's gotta be a go-to every time. But what would be the next one? Is there any reason to unlock the underground with Radon, I wonder? Because he'd probably be the next fastest to get to. Although I don't really know how you officially start his festival. To, like, avoid the fight that happens before him. I gotta learn the speedrun tactics. Godric and then Renala, I see. Okay, sir, stop. 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 That's just spammy. Unless you choose Godric, then Rykard. I suppose that's gotta be some of them, because you guys said that, like, for some reason the Serpent Hunter was like a popular go-to for the speedrunners. If that makes some of the bosses easier or something, then that makes sense. Cog, thank you for the nya. Do we have any big octopuses in here? Yeah, we do. Good. Good to note. This is too small an area. Excuse me. I don't know why I'm being super thorough in here. I doubt... Cross Naginata. Never mind, I didn't have that. I was gonna say, I doubt I'm gonna find anything I didn't have, and then they gave me a new weapon. Okay. Rykard was a little bit of a challenge, though, for me. He was a cool boss. He's gotta be up there among my favorites. He was just gimmicky, so... he can't quite take the cake, but... he was a cool one. This is kind of cathartic. Running through this place, just one-shotting everything because it's so late in the game. Or this was so early. There's 5 upgrades on the way to Rykard. Get Serpent Hunter, die, upgrade. Easy game, easy life. Yeah. But, like, why specifically Serpent Hunter, though? Because I'm sure you could get plenty of good weapons going for the Radon way and upgrade them. Okay, is this one the boss? Sorcery. Behold, necessary item, try left. That looks more like the boss door than this, so. Oh, that wraps us back around to the Grace. Okay, that's good. Let me make sure this is the Grace that I got already and not a different one. Oh, this is a different one. Okay. If that's a different Grace, is this not a boss, or? Well, it looks like it might be a boss. Serpent Hunter skill kills Rykard. Just like using the skill once kills Rykard. You got a magma worm. This is a kind of a small arena for such a big guy that likes to turn the ground into lava. Stop it. Stop doing your lava walk. Your lava lock. Stop doing it, sir. Ow. Doing it again. All right. Oh, and again, huh? Favorite move. That's all right. Can do this all day, buddy. I fought Quaylog. She liked to spit lava too. Oh, Moonveil, nice. Okay. The Wormhead Moonveil. Katana forged of glintstone, masterpiece of Celian, masterpiece of a Celian swordsmith. Okay. Lighten reads the blade when sheathed, explaining its Moonveil moniker. Unique skill, transient moonlight. Sheath blade, holding it at the hip in a composed stance. Follow up with either a normal or a strong attack to draw the blade at great speed for an instant slash attack. Both attacks fire off a wave of light. Oh, I can see why that would be a new favorite. Anytime you get to shoot something from your sword like that. Next to carry a manor. Alright, we're 18 minutes past when I should have stopped though, so pick your nexts wisely, because I'll have to call it after a few. Selling? Okay. But let's see what's like further along in here. I don't know what's this way. Oh, did I just not touch the grace when I came in? Okay. Or is this a different exit? Let's see. Train Chan says hello. This goes to Limgrave. Where in Limgrave? Interesting. Huh. Okay. So Waypoint Ruins in Limgrave. So you're telling me now that there's multiple Selens? How did people not remember that when they were like, oh, I guess you can't do Selen's quest? That seems like a memorable detail. Also, I've been here. Oh, but I never completed it because of the stupid flowers. Right. Where's the entrance? Here we go. Yeah, but you weren't here. This was like when I finished the game the other night. They had me go back to Selen, and Muttmelon and Haruru were like, oh, I guess there was something else you had to do. Mad Pumpkinhead. Too late for Halloween, buddy. It's funny because I told Mutt about this place after he finished the game. Well, he was saying it had been a while and he forgot some of the lore that he was trying to give me. He was like, I'm a little bit rusty on this because it's been a while, but I think this or this. Like, I was trying to ask him why there were duplicates of everybody. I'm like, I encountered 2 Estelles, 2 Mogs. Everybody's got like this spirit form and this normal form. I'm honestly not sure if Ronnie and Melina are a different person. Apparently, like, Malekith is sort of like the counterpart to Marika, kind of. Although I would have thought it was Millennia because there's like 2 trees as well. There's the Erd tree and the Halig tree, and both of them had a goddess at them. Granted, one of them was more becoming a goddess and the other had been for a long time. It was probably falling apart. It's just like there's a lot of like 2 versions of everything. And we didn't really have the answer for that. Last sword has no boss if you just want to pick it up before ending. Yeah, I'll go a little longer.
Tarnished, are we? I wonder you should turn up here. I am Selen, a sorcerer, quite plainly. Why are you here?
I want to learn sorcery.
A yen for glintstone sorceries. I dare say your proclivities are far from ideal. Oh well, perhaps nurture will defy nature, with a bit of luck. But one must choose one's masters wisely. I was exiled from the Academy of Rea Lucaria as a reviled, apostate witch. Do you still wish to learn from me?
Reviled witch doesn't consider me good enough after I beat a god, huh? This is the Muttmelon experience. She's like, I was kicked out from my studies, but in order to qualify for me, you only just sort of pass as the new Elden Lord.
Well, you are a piece of work. Very well. You are now my protege in glintstone sorcery. But I refuse to coddle or cast kind words. Never.
She refuses to cuddle. So she's just a tsundere, that's what it is. She's just a Soon. She doesn't like me or anything. She's perfectly willing to dedicate her time to me, but it's not because she likes me. Glintstone Pebble. That's not a great start, lady. That's not a great promising start to your spell list here. Stars, Arc, Crystal Barrage. Alright. I mean, I don't care. Nod and Thought. Nice. I'll probably stop by you just to get that. In fact, I kind of need that as Sephiroth. He nodded and thought a few times in Nibelheim. I don't know if I can play as Sephiroth, though. I need your help. I need your help, people. Maybe it would be valuable if Nid was here too and he already left, but I need your help. I'm a little disappointed by the Elden Drip. I'm not gonna lie. I've played 150 hours. I scroll through my inventory. I'm like, not a lot of this goes together too well, and there's very little cosplay potential that I see so far. I could probably get pretty clever with it, but I don't think I've seen a single nothing that looks even remotely close to a Sephiroth coat. I'm not even sure I have black pants that aren't like thick armor, like the Royal Remains or the Lionel stuff. Maybe Preceptor's trousers. Seems kind of like, doesn't look like it goes hard enough for Sephiroth though. I'm not gonna build around the whole guy if I can't cosplay him, man. That's the whole point. Any of you guys know where to get good drip? You'll have to wiki. If you're willing, I'm perfectly ready to take it. I mean, I can do the wikiing myself now because I'm not going spoiler free. Carria Manor, lower level grace. Let's see. Carria Manor, lower level. There was a door here, wasn't there? Maybe that's it. It was like a locked door that I didn't go inside. Oh, there's an item up there too. Oh, this goes to the crazy bridge. Alright, let's start clearing out the bridge, I guess. Oh, you're not a one-shot? That makes this just slightly more annoying. Somebody appears back here, right? No? I guess that's further along. Maybe Black Knife armor. It's gonna suck if it's any armor that I need to get to like late areas like Snowfield or something to obtain. Especially if it's like Halig Tree armor or something like that. Because then I basically have to play the entire game before I can get my cosplay together. That's not usually too bueno. I mean, I did that to a certain degree with Sephiroth and Dark Souls 3. Because I needed like the Ringed City Knight's sword or whatever. In order to get like the lightsaber thing going on, but I knew the game so well at that point that it was like easy for me to speedrun there while saving a lot of the game to play through. Watch carefully on this place for a place to jump down. Got it. Maybe there? That looks doable. Why are you still appearing? You're so slow. I could have just walked through this area. Down required. Yo! Ooh. Jumping required ahead. Oh, this is probably just an alternate path. Yep, okay. What do you got for me? Sword of Night and Flame? Ooh, it's a legendary. Hey! Let's take a look. Greatsword, presumably. Or no, it's a straight sword. Okay. I just got done with the Destiny raiding. I finally got the last raid exotic. Hey, nice! Which one was it? Storied Sword and Treasure of Caria Manor, one of the legendary armaments. Astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky and considered the fire giants their neighbors. This would have been an early reference to the fire giants. Unique skill, Night and Flame stance. Hold the sword level and prepare to cast a sorcery. Follow up with a normal attack to cast the Night Comet sorcery, or a strong attack to sweep forward with a burst of flames. That's really cool. That's a Spellblade weapon. That would be awesome to build around, actually. Oh, it was the Vex Mythoclast. That's like the first one that I've ever... I mean, I did like Vault of Glass numerous times, and it was the first raid I did too, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll get lucky and get it, but I've never gotten it. First raid exotic ever was the only one you were missing. That's funny. What's the int requirement on this? Oh, 24 int and 24 faith. Interesting. I'm gonna have to do a Spellblade build around that someday. That sounds real cool. Like you said, it's one of the special weapons that's unique to these kinds of games. That is cool, and I think it does lead to the door that I was thinking of, the locked door. So that's nice. Man, this game does have a lot of nice secrets to it. I do enjoy it. It's a very good game. Let me run by Borealis again and see if he's annoying. Probably. Probably, but he's one of the few bosses that I can think of right now that I didn't defeat. In fact, he's the only boss that's currently coming to me that I didn't defeat. But I'm thinking there must be more that I encountered that I ran from, or like said I'd come back later. I'm sure there's plenty more that I haven't ever encountered that I didn't defeat, but in terms of ones that I actually encountered. I think there was a watchdog, Erdtree Burial Watchdog pair, like a duo of them somewhere, that had skeletons around them, and I went in there and I'm like, nah, maybe later. Come on, sir. You immediately have to... I got so, like, bored of the normal dragons, and you, like, can't see here. Yeah, he's still tanky. It's not what I meant to do. At least that wasn't an insta-kill, probably because of my bubble that I had on. Okay, horse is dead again. Great enemy felled. Alright, Borealis. You're gone. You're no longer a boss that I can think of that I haven't defeated. You did make a very sus clip. Of what? Of my stream, Yuki? You want me to permit you so that we can share that here? I'll play it. I've certainly played other ones. Should see the vids in the clips channel. I still can't believe PO's recent one. She wants that to be a sound redemption now. Alright, hold on. Let me get my useless level here. And I'll pause. And let's get a permit. Camo Yuki. There you go. Go ahead and post that link. Boss is doing what? Oh god. Alright, let's turn the Elden Ring music off for a minute. Let's open up our good old browser. Full screen this thing. And in fact, he's the only boss that's currently coming. In fact, he's the only boss that's currently coming. Yuki! Come on. Talk about out of context, huh? Jeebus. Man, I'm gonna raid some channel and they're gonna do a clip shout out and they're just gonna have like a couple seconds of a clip just like say that, and that's gonna be it. It's a few seconds long. It's the only boss that's currently coming, and then that's gonna be their first impression of me. Either that or the like PO one. I can't friggin' wait to like raid somebody and all they get is like, I'm not even gonna, all they get is a gasp and what sounds like a moan. You shush up, Yuki. You don't get to laugh after that. Stupid bird sword. You see? What are you guys saying? Along with demote me, PO. I don't think PO wants that sound redemption. Maybe she wants it here. She doesn't want it on her channel. That's the only way it gets created. Let's see. Welcome to the sus clippers, Yuki. Uh-huh. Should we help Wiki get Death's poker? Oh boy. Well, I'm 40 minutes past when I should have ended, but you know, we keep the 12. Midnight for me is usually the soft cutoff. 1 for me is usually the hard cutoff. We had a hard cutoff at midnight the other day, just because I had to wake up early the next day and I had some chores to do. 1 is a little bit more of the hard cutoff, so if you guys have another little task you want to put me to, we have a short bit left until that hard cutoff. So does this place now not have that horrifying mist that makes me blind here? I'm glad you kept streaming this long so that I could get my first clip in. Congratulations on having your, I don't want to make any sus jokes about it, never mind. Congratulations on your first clip. I can't say anything sus right now or it will be clipped. I gotta be careful what comes out of my mouth. In Kaled, southeast Aeonia Swamp Bank Grace at nighttime. Southeast Aeonia Swamp. The shore one? Or southeast Aeonia Swamp Grace, you said. This isn't super south. Do I have the Grace you're talking about? Is this one good enough? Heart of Aeonia at night. Don't worry, I won't clip sus things. More sus things. It's okay. It's alright, that's what everybody on this channel does. You need to be careful with what? With the things that I say, Cog. With the things that I say. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Koi! Welcome! Welcome, welcome. I said a special little thank you to you earlier. Because I noticed that you joined and followed while the stream was down. I appreciate that. I don't know if we're nighttime now. It's really hard to tell. It's really difficult to tell when it's nighttime in Kaled. I don't think I've been back to like red sky Kaled. Well, we've also had the burning red embers. Kind of enhances the look. Is this generally the right area though? Okay, this is probably the Grace you wanted. I never got it. And it does not look like it's probably nighttime. It hasn't rained in a while. Yeah, we eventually got past that curse. I mean, I guess with like 150 hours. Would have had to. Alright, now where to? Am I in generally the right vicinity here? God, these crows. Do not like the crows. Alright. Get on the horse and run around a little bit. Oh, hi. I was hoping that wasn't a crow chasing me. Luckily, it was not. Southeast till I find bird. Okay. Hello, mannequins. There's a lot of mannequins right there. The train is very excited to see you guys today. Oh. You be glowy, huh? Deathrite. Ow. Deathrite bird. You popped my bubble. Is he using the Death's Poker, perchance? Whoa! That's a cool attack. There we go. I was like, no item? Death's Poker. A spear? No. Sword? I don't know what category it falls under here. Great sword. Okay. Let's see. Barbed rod carried by death birds. The birds are graveyard fire keepers. It is said that they rake out the ashen remains of the dead from their kilns. Interesting. Ghost flame ignition. Thrust out the barbed rod and set its tip alight with ghost flame. Follow up with a normal attack to set the ground ablaze with ghost flame, or a strong attack to trigger a massive explosion. That sounds like an annoying weapon to fight in PvP. Unless it's really weak. That sounds annoying to fight in PvP. That was Mutt's weapon until the end. He proceeds to call it cancer. It basically was. He easily killed most bosses with it. Yeah, sounds like him. Mutt Melon. My gosh. That guy. Is it nighttime? Oh, this isn't the right spot. This isn't where I meant to go, is it? A little south of here? Oh, no, this isn't where I meant to go at all. Alright, you gotta die, sir. I need to teleport again. Smoldering Church. There we go, this one. This one. Melon's great, the best of melons. I need Mutt Melon to, I need Mutt Melon to play Suika game. That's what I need. Wow, you still hit real hard, even at this point. Interesting. This guy must be like such a pain to beat throughout the game. There's one at the War Master's shack. I guess let me collect my runes. Yeah, there's rain. We got too close to Limgrave. I didn't quite figure out if this guy was submissive and bleedable or not. Ooh, hi, dogs. You don't need to be a part of this. I hate how you can't just, like, teleport to nighttime. It's like nightfall, but this guy's still here. Does he just disappear? Then you have to rest again? Oh, gotcha. Ouch. I didn't know there would be a follow-up explosion. And that's an insta-kill, huh? Man, I'm a very leveled up character. And you can encounter this guy very early. Pass time until nightfall. As far as my experience goes, this guy has been a unique boss, but I understand that he can be found in multiple locations, so I guess like really not so much. You don't die if you don't get hit, you got this. Yeah, I'm getting better at not getting hit. I mean, I haven't fought this guy that many times before. Okay, so you can bleed him. He's just... he can take a lot. I hate the slope. You're just gonna spin that around yourself, huh? Like, he's still got a lot of moves I don't know. Ah, so close. I just had to follow up with that one. Yuki says submissive and bleedable. I'm submissive and, well, I've said it before. Hopefully not bleedable. You don't need to be that in real life. It's a nice boost in Elden Ring for my character, but... I guess we're all kind of bleedable, though, when it comes down to it. Alright, kind of roughly 10 minutes until my hard cut off, but I think I can beat this guy. Man, why do I gotta rest again? I'm already resting when it turns into nightfall. Okay, come on, man. Give me a second. Ram, you're not a part of this. Thank you for killing that ram. Alright. We got him. Gravity Stone Peddler's Bell Bearing. Yeah. You can do it. I'm not gambling on this one. Now to War Masters. So he's not the same guy. Or he's the same guy, but he just doesn't like to die, huh? War Masters is somewhere around here. There we go. Where are you, fella? Oh. Ow. Okay, so you're the easy version. You got me stuck in a corner, but you're the easy version. This one's good for archer slash ninja builds. Way different scaling on that one. Bone peddlers, bell bearing. Oh, because you can make like darts with bones. Or bolts, I think, for crossbows. Cool. Yeah, that one was way easier. I got him almost dead before we fought. A bad start because he got me locked in that corner in the shack and I still had him like down to less than half health right at the beginning. Okay, well, let me think. Can I think of any other bosses that I like know where they are that I did not defeat? Church of Vows. That was the turtle, right? Is this Church of Vows nighttime? Is this a nighttime boss? Which direction? Out here? Around this thing? This a ways? In the church? Oh, really? Is Turtle not here during the nighttime? Oh. All right. Meat peddlers, bell bearing. Were you here to kill the turtle dude? That's not cool. Now the final one? Alright. Lay it on me. Hermit Merchant's Shack. I don't immediately know where that one is, so let me... Pretty good sense of the other ones. Hermit Merchant. Oh, it's an Altus one. This one's got to be scaled up then, right? I was like, oh, I did the hard one first, but Altus could potentially be worse. Alright. I think this might still be nighttime. Let me try my things. Nope, not as hard. Okay, So Kaled had the hard one for some reason. Medicine Peddler. Wrecked. Helmetless, low armor Rachel is on a roll. Honestly, like, I think I would have done way better at that last series of bosses if it wasn't super duper late into the night. Like, I didn't beat Radagon and Elden Beast until it was around 8 a.m. my time without sleep. I was like, my eyelids were closing and I still beat them all. I wonder how I would have fared if I was well rested. Like I am now. Alright, well, we're about at our hard cutoff, and we just killed all the bell bearers. Or the bell-bearing hunters, I should say, not the bell bearers. If you actually slaughter the merchants yourself, do you get their bell bearings? Yes. I'm thinking if we do a Sephiroth run, there's gonna be a lot of merchant slaughter. Offer a bell bearing. This one. This one. This one. This one. Yay, we got a more expanded shop now. Yay. Time to stay well rested? Yeah, momentarily. I want to check out the finger reader who's here. I think she died. But she might just be sleeping, who knows. She said waiting like tens of thousands of moons would not be a problem, so maybe she's just hibernating. But there's the equipment of champions section here, which is just chock full of potential lore. Look at this thing. Winged helm made of unalloyed gold, worn by Millennia, blade of Miquella. It comes with the hair. Millennia awaited Miquella at the foot of the husk. My brother will keep his promise. He possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god. He is the most fearsome Empyrean of all. Be careful, it sounds a lot of times like you have the huts for your brother, Millennia. It's a weave. Elden Lord crown, crown of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. The age of the Erdtree began amongst conflict when Godfrey was lord of the battlefield. He led the war against the giants, faced the Storm Lord alone, and then there came a moment when his last worthy enemy fell, and it was then, as the story is told, that the hue of Lord Godfrey's eyes faded. I know the type. Royal Knight Helm, Silver Helm of Loretta, a knight who served Miquella's Halig Tree. Loretta, once a royal Carian knight, went on a journey in search of a haven for Albinurix and determined that the Halig Tree was their best chance for eventual salvation. Malekith's Helm. Beast helm made of black iron and decorated with gold, worn by Malekith the Blackblade. Malekith, Queen Marika's loyal half-brother, bore a blade imbued with destined death. That was a nice sentence to say. Bore a blade imbued with destined death. And there was not one demigod who did not fear him. Champions knew what was at stake. Indeed, that is what made them champions. Veteran's Helm. An old helm that has seen many battles, worn by Nile, the veteran general of Sol. Nile was a lone survivor who commanded spirits to defend his long-past master. This aging general could not die, nor did he have anywhere to fade away. Interesting. Radahn inherited the furious flaming red hair of his father, Radagon, and is fond of its heroic implications. I was born a champion's cub. Now I am the lord of the battlefield's lion. Guru's message got held back for saying wet dream. Malekith's armor, Berserker fans wet dream. Oh, this is like Guts armor, huh? Something like that. We got Queen's robe, Fell Omen stuff. Millennia's armor. Can these all be altered? Like, honestly, like, does the alteration do anything on any of these armors besides just, like, get rid of some extra cloth? Like, I've never seen an armor that seems, like, severely altered. Is Moist Dream okay? I guess so, yeah. Okay, so there's some cool stuff here. I'm still not sure if I see Sephiroth anywhere. Malekith's armor is just reminding me of a fancy version of the gold-trimmed black armor from RuneScape that was so heavily sought after back in the day. You didn't happen to find anything on the wiki, did you, Matreus? Some changes, some stats? Oh, that's interesting to know. You did. Was it the Black Blade stuff? Where does one get Black Blade armor? I guess I can look it up. I'm gonna save my 105,000. Anything Sephi related and consecrated at the end of the game? Dang. I wonder if I could get some decent black pants and just be like super low defense. Make Sephiroth a challenge run by having no helmet and no shirt. It can be shirtless Sephiroth variant from the end of Final Fantasy VII. Until we get wait, consecrated, huh? That's even worse. Like Halig Tree. I thought at first you meant like the snowfields, but the consecrated, man. That is quite a ways. I don't even think you can speed run there. What would you have to do? You'd have to get access to Morgott and beat him, and have found both halves of the Halig Tree. And then you'd have to survive and defeat whatever out there is protecting. You'd have to kill Nile, really? What thing comes from Nile's area that I would need? Because I've been through there. Oh, the second half did come from there, you're right. Shoot. Although I could take the bewitching branch approach to Nile. That sounds like that makes him easier. You wish there was a game with Yuffie as the main character. You got a Final Fantasy VII Remake just for that. What, like the little in-between they made where you got to control Yuffie? They give you a free one at the start of the game. That would help, although you'd have to be real careful, because if you didn't get it done first try, you'd just be, like, out of a bewitching branch. You'd have to make sure you didn't die. Yuffie's cool. I felt a little odd about them making... I don't know, they emphasized Yuffie's jiggle. You know what I'm talking about? Yuki, I'm not exactly being subtle. In the remake, I noticed in like the trailers and things, they like sexed her up a little bit, which for me is uncomfortable because in the original game, Yuffie was like 14, I think. I don't know if they changed her age or if they're just keeping her age and doing that. I'm not sure. You discovered Yuffie when you were playing Kingdom Hearts, then you got Final Fantasy VII Remake. Yuffie's kind of a cool character. You didn't know anything about the jiggle? A number of people had been talking about that when the trailer came out. I haven't looked into the game itself. That's just like, maybe it's more uncomfortable how many people were talking about it rather than the fact that the game has it. But I kind of feel like if you're making a character who's underage, you probably don't really need to put time into programming that into their model. She's 16 in Final Fantasy VII? You sure? I could have sworn it was 14. Just remember, all those characters were way younger than they felt. It was a mind-blowing moment for me when I became older in real life than Squall was in Final Fantasy VIII, because I always pictured Squall. I'm like, this kind of looks like, you know, early college experience a little bit. I think it was more like high school, but I was like, oh, it always looks like early college experience. And I pictured Squall as such an adult, and then I passed him in age, and I'm like, this is weird. 9 through 15 in Crisis Core. Maybe it was some point in Crisis Core that I was thinking of, but I don't think so. Maybe I just got it confused. But I remember reading their descriptions, their character bios, quite a few times back when I had the PlayStation 1 Final Fantasy VII, because it was right there in the booklet, and I didn't have a whole lot, so I looked at it a lot, and I drew them, things like that. You need more Final Fantasy VIII, but not by Square anymore. Crystal Dynamics, yeah, or Crazy Unreal Remakers. I would love to have some more 8 content, even if it's just a remake with better graphics or something by other people, with maybe a little bit more, I want to say fan service, but I don't mean like sussy stuff. I mean stuff for fans of Final Fantasy series and 8 that would actually be appreciated, not what Square Enix thinks that we want to see, which they are remarkably wrong about the vast majority of the time. The graphics are always pretty, but like I always find it crazy with their budget and the kind of graphic capabilities they can reach, how they manage to mess up on nearly every other element of their games every time they make them. The stories have been super lame for such a long time, and the gameplay has been suffering since Final Fantasy 12. Some people like 12. Maybe I'll be a little nicer and say 13. Seems like Final Fantasy 14 is the one that really kind of like shines a little bit more in terms of what the fans want to see, which is a lot easier to do when you're actively cultivating along a large fan base of a big online game. But it also can't feel that Final Fantasy-esque when it is an MMORPG, not in my opinion. The Ultimecia redemption we needed, please. No, can you make her an actual character instead of give me time? Ultimecia, yeah. I mean, it's like, they, like at this point they made Maleficent a good guy, more or less in the Maleficent movie. She was like about as evil as just like, I mean, she's a Disney villain, sure, but she was supposed to be, she was the mistress of all evil, they called her, and her name was Maleficent. It basically means bad. Basically means evil, and they were still like, no, she's the hero. She's redeemed. It was actually like the king that was bad. Final Fantasy VIII had a gacha collab with WOTV FFBE. Final Fantasy before I don't know what that is. Brave Exodus, Exvius, excuse me. It can't be a normal word like Exodus. They're stupid names. Man. War of the Visions, Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. Baby! Welcome Raiders! What a time. It's always a rule of Twitch, right? That when you're about to end stream, you get a raid. Welcome, Raiders. I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. I'm going to give a shout out. And let's see what you were playing. Let's see. You were playing Super Mario Brothers Wonder.
Next to the settings?
Yeah, it's if you hover over the video, there'll be like a little gear, and then there'll be like a little like action Hollywood thing. It's the action Hollywood thing. Let's see here. Chortle says they found Hamtaro got the airport. That's right, Chortle, aren't you in Japan or something? Or did you just come back from?
I want to play the Layton games at some point. Do you like the Phoenix Wright games, Babby? I just remember some time back when Professor Layton first crossed my radar was when I found out that there was like a crossover event with Phoenix Wright. And I'm like, that's so cool. I might have to check them out. Okay, let me see. Somebody followed. I want to say thank you. Thank you to Fen Canine for the follow. I appreciate it. We got this follow goal of 1,000 followers. It's something I've been working on for 3 years, but only really this year with the VTubing and the dedicated schedule and the hard working arc that I've been on. Yeah. Let me put on some music too. Don't play a loud nya when we don't have music. Zwa, good to see you. All right, I'll allow it. You know what? Let's play some music. I think we have the momentum to reach 1,000 by the end. In fact, we just hit 900. We're going to be celebrating 900 with a special on Friday, probably at 6 p.m. EST, maybe at 8 p.m. if I'd need more time to set up. But I'm going to aim for 6 p.m. EST this Friday. We're going to be celebrating 900 followers, and we're already 14 toward that final 100. That is going to be an amazing milestone. I've been looking forward to it. The number doesn't mean that much, you know, but it feels good in my heart when we hit another digit. So thank you for sharing your community, and thank you Fen Canine for the follow as well. Anybody that helps toward that, it means a lot. And yeah, I'm almost there. I want to raid you one of these days. I've been going later lately, so you've been finishing up your stream before I've ended, but I think we've gotten a raid over there before, but it's been a little bit. Also, Nasby, hello, it's good to see you. Artist Zwa, a lot of cool faces showing up. I hope you had a nice stream today. And yes, I was technically wrapping up. 1 a.m. was supposed to be my hard cutoff, and it's 1:13 a.m. But that's just one of the rules of Twitch, right? If you're going to end the stream, you gotta get a raid. And I do appreciate seeing y'all. It's a good note to end on. Babby, I just finished Elden Ring. Not tonight, but on our last stream. I did an overnight stream. I went from midnight. This was on Saturday, so I didn't have work the next day. I went from midnight to 8 a.m. But because it was also daylight savings, in terms of sleep, it was sort of like I went from midnight to 7. And that night, I beat Moog, Lord of Blood. I beat the Lich Dragon Fortisax. I beat Sir Gideon near the All-Knowing. I beat Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. I beat Horalu Warrior. I beat Radagon of the Golden Order, and I beat Elden Beast. And then I went in and beat a couple of things that people directed me to after the game because I kind of opened it up. I opened up the floodgates of spoilers once I finished the game because that was kind of the rule. I'm excited. It was a good time, and let me see if I can pull it up here. I got a nice screenshot. I actually sacrificed a lot of armor just to look good for the end of the game. All right, check this out. Look at that. Once the emote's clear, there's Rachel on her Elden throne, looking good. You see that? I got I'm sporting Sir Gideon Ofnir's gloves and boots because I recently took them off him after defeat. Here in the deathbed dress. No helmet. I fought the entire ending portion of the game after Gideon with no helmet and very little armor because I just wanted to look cool for whatever ending scene I got, and we got a nice throne scene, so I got to take a nice screenshot here. Us just looking regal. It was good times. Do you want to share a clip from a little while ago? I'm not sure I do, Yuki. I'm not sure I want to share that to a bunch of new raiders. You know what? It's gonna be bad enough. We've had some sus clips on here lately, but it's been entirely people clipping things out of context. You know what? Fine. We got some raiders in here. I've convinced myself of it. I think it's more amusing to show it than to talk about it and say I won't. Keep in mind, these are all just me being discussing Elden Ring with fervor, you know? Being excited about things, and people take them out of context. Okay? So let me see. Copy link address on this one. So first one that Yuki is talking about. Yuki took this earlier today. You can tell how cut it is, alright? Don't blame me for this. Please. Alright. In fact, he's the only boss that's currently coming. Just ended. In addition to that one, Peony Astera, alien VTuber in here, recently copied my excitement at finally discovering Mogwin Palace, a place which I had been looking for a long time, so forgive me for making excited noises. Pio decided to clip this one. It's not. It's not. I was like, oh, it's this place, but it just gets cut off. Just there. It's just gasp and that sound. All right. I think some of you guys probably got sent to the Shadow Realm with ad breaks during that because Twitch decided to play an ad break right now. So you were just spared from some sussy noises, all right, if it happened. That's just what my chat likes to do. They like to give me a hard time for that. But anyway, I still gotta wrap up here. It's well past my cutoff time. And maybe we'll actually raid that alien that I just talked about there. Or, you know what? We've raided Pio a lot recently. We just got a raid from Just a CEO, who is a Goblin CEO VTuber, the other day. And they're streaming, and I've never had a chance to raid them, so I'd like to spread the love back to them. So I think I'm going to go ahead and raid Just a CEO. Babby, once again, thank you so much for the raid. If you got to do some after stream care, go do that. I appreciate it so much. And I'll raid you one of these days when we get the good timing. Thank you, Yuki. Thank you, everybody who is here to take clips, to direct me around Elden Ring for probably the last time that we're going to be playing as Rachel. I don't know, maybe we'll log back in to do something, but I think that next time we play Elden Ring's probably going to be a new character. And we'll have something in between. I'm not sure what we're doing on Wednesday yet. Wednesday's our next stream, and then on Friday we're doing the special with the Dark Souls 3 randomizer of weapons and enemies and bosses, and also the poorly translated mod. So that one's going to be a funny stream, and I'll probably suffer a lot. So check that one out on Friday. That's going to be the big one. Wednesday, not sure what's going to happen yet. We'll wing that one. We'll see when I get there, because we're deciding on what our next big game is going to be. But the celebration is on Friday, so I'll see you then, everybody. And let's get a raid going to Just a CEO. Spread some love. I appreciate them. They were recommended to come raid over here the other day. They didn't even really know me, but their friend Day, who did, recommended. So I want to go spread some love there. They were already shown, but here's the raid message. And if you're a subscriber to the channel and can use the subscriber emotes, here's the sub-raid message. And I just want to leave a good impression on a new friend. They are playing a game called My Time at Sandrock, which I have not heard of before. And I'm going to be headed to bed and get some sleep for work tomorrow. I will see you all Wednesday with Who Knows. And get yourselves hyped for Friday. We'll have some fun. Wish me luck on modding it. I've never modded a From Software game before, so I'm going to have to look up some videos and things like that. Got some technical work to do, but we'll get it done. See ya, everybody! Bye-bye!
It is it's weird that it's full price for how it looks. You know what I mean?